It's about that time. Let's get it going. I would like to call our October 18th City Council meeting to order. Please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Please remain standing while our Deputy Mayor Karen View leads us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we pray for all the countries that are going through conflict and political instability. We ask for peace to be restored. We pray you would grant wisdom and integrity to world leaders so that they would work for the good of the people they govern and serve. We pray that citizens everywhere would have their rights preserved, would be free from fear, and would know stability once more. In your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing while I offer a moment of silence. I would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families affected by the recent heinous acts of terrorism in the Middle East and express our solidarity with the people and government of Israel in these trying times. Thank you. Please be seated.
Lynn, can you read the Open Public Meetings Act announcement?
This is to advise the meeting notices covering this meeting have been sent and posted as required under the Open Public Meetings Act.
Thanks, Lynn. Chief, can you join me up front for swearing in?
Do a quick swearing in for a new officer tonight. Always an exciting night. This is Officer Rayo. These people are all here for you, Officer Rayo. So as always, I want to thank the family and friends for being here and sticking by their loved one first at the academy. And as I always say, you're taking on this profession with him. You're going to ride the highs and lows. He's going to have some good days. He's going to have some bad days. And we appreciate your support, and he's going to need it. There's times where I say this all the time. There's going to be an empty table sometimes at Christmas or at Thanksgiving, and just be understanding. Never close. So someone has to work the holidays, and you guys are going to be there and work this profession. And so we appreciate that. And I know he does too. He grew up in the New Egypt area. Went to Monsignor Donovan High School. Was active in ice hockey, lacrosse. He went on to, he's got a 2-year degree, associate's degree in college. From there, he did some experience at Class 1. He has some Class 1 officer experience in the Toms River area. And then that's where we started the process of hiring him and making him a Class 2 officer. To an extensive 6-month academy at Gloucester County Academy, where he won the Education Award. So that's a hard award to win. We're very proud of him. You have a bunch of competitive people trying to win the Firearms Award, trying to win all the different awards, the Directors Award, the Education Award. And they're really, really competitive people and on top. So we're really proud of that. If you remember the last couple of recruits we had, same thing. We had Firearms Award, Directors Award. So it's our commitment to you guys. It's our commitment to the community. We want to put the best people out there. Brigantine deserves it, and residents deserve it. These new officers are going to be out there for a long time. So it's our commitment to excellence. I have to thank my staff. A lot lot of staff involved, group of guys that do the physical fitness evaluations, a whole different group of guys do the background checks. They really want to make sure that we're putting the best out there. So, kudos to them. And we're proud of them. So, swear.
solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the state of New Jersey, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state, under the authority of the people, that I will faithfully, impartial, and just required for the position of Brigantine. Best. Yes, we'll take a couple of pictures. Also.
Move over by Mike. After all my years. Pearly whites. See the pearly whites.
I really want to thank all of our officers who are here today. On behalf of the city of Brigantine, we appreciate everything you do for our community. We are very proud of you, proud of our new talent that comes in, and we have an incredible tradition of excellence in this department. And it's because of the leadership that each and every one of you show. So thank you for your service to our community. And I'm going to actually adjust this a little bit. Next up, we have a presentation by Tom Rapici and Jeanette Kessler. So I'd like to call both of them up for the presentation. Yeah, you would, yeah, just present to us.
All right. So.
Thank you, sir.
Here, put it down. Hand it down.
Okay, so I also want to call up Mary Alice Noonan. The legwork on this. Back in May, Mary Alice reached out to me, and she came up she had seen an article in the LA Times. It was about a catcher from Africa. He was practicing training with very little equipment in the dirt streets of Africa, and a couple of videos had gone viral. Actually, the MLB picked up on it, and when she saw this article, he had a foundation in Africa. It lined up with when she was going on a trip over to Africa. And she started to reach out to not only her neighbors who own Legends Ballpark in Sewell, she also reached out to me as the association to see if she could transfer to Africa to help the kids over there. Well, we were eager. Almost 200 pounds of equipment because you had to weigh it to fly it over there. And it was everything from helmets, gloves, balls, bats, anything we could come up with. And Mary Alice brought it over to Africa for these kids. We also, in the meantime, I also reached out to Karen, set me up with the green team because I thought this is going to keep this equipment out of our landfills, but it's be able to utilize by other people. Because we're not allowed to use it by league rules in the United States. So, in any case, we're able to donate all this equipment, send it over. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you for all your great team's help on this project here. But it really, gave me an appreciation for what we have and what everybody here has helped provide for us in the fields and everything that we have here. So thank you, for what you give to us because other countries don't have anything like it. Yeah, I have some flyers that I'll leave here. So the article and everything. So that was the gist of it. And it was really neat to be able to support baseball in another country.
Speak right into the mic.
Yeah, so people at home can hear you.
All right. Oh, yeah, the people at home. Yes, of course. It's worth mentioning, for those of you who don't know, no surprise, Africa is the poorest continent in the world. Uganda is the 26th poorest country in the world, and it has the most orphans in all of Africa. And so the article in the LA Times was about this gentleman named Paul Wafula, who played professional ball. He got out of the slums, went to Japan, played pro there, had to stop because of his knees, and came home and went to help other children who are orphans and give them a reason for hope. And so he started this baseball league along with supporting St. Lillian's orphanage, and that orphanage is all full of physical, mental, and emotionally challenged children. So they're the poorest of the poorest of the poorest and have nothing. They sleep on springs. They don't have beds, clothes. So long story short, Tom's donation, we were able to bring 400 pounds of baseball equipment. We bought 400 pounds of rice and sugar because obviously they have no food. They depend on, there's no government support for any of this. And so I've never seen, what we didn't do is show you the pictures. I wish I could show you the pictures of the piles of baseball equipment and how excited those kids were. And when they all put on their Brigantine shirts.
We have it here.
Yes.
Yeah,
I cannot tell you how excited they were. They're all, Jim, Brigantine. And I have other videos and things like that. So I knew this community. I've lived here for 14 years. I keep a very low profile, stay off the radar of everybody's radar. But it's the kind of community that steps up when you ask for these kinds of things. So I can't say enough good things about Tom, the green team, and the community. And I'm probably going to finish up by saying I'd love your help in getting this story published in the Times and some help with the press of Atlantic City, because there's a lot more work to do for these kids and to get these kids, get them out of their economic situation and be involved with baseball in any way possible. Dennis Kasumba, who's the story of the article, he's coming back. They're bringing him back to the Frederick Keys. So just very, important. And thank you to all of you, and thank you for having us tonight.
No problem.
And now I'll go back in my little cubbyhole for another 14 years. So.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, if you guys could send me the information, because I know the Times would definitely be interested, and I can make sure that the press is notified of it. And I know that they really would appreciate doing a story like this, so we can get that out there. But I think this is a really good example, and all three of you have said this, how amazing our community is, the partnerships that we have. And there are so many people who just go beyond their own daily lives to make life better for other people. And we appreciate it. I think, the Green Team is probably one of the hardest working committees, here on the island. And you guys have done so many amazing things, and we're so proud of it. Yeah. Absolutely. And I also want to thank Tom. Tom has done some amazing things with our baseball program. That was a program that was on the verge of dying. Now it is vibrant again. Was there over 100 kids that are playing baseball now? Teams are coming. How many? 192. And it just goes to show you what a little bit of hard work, a little bit of love, and a little dedication does. And it's something that has revitalized that program. And we're very proud of the work that he's done with them. And also to see, and I think it's important too for young people, it starts them to teach about charity, to see the world beyond themselves, to start to focus on the needs of others. And I think this is a great partnership that will have a lasting effect on all of those children that the two of you guys work with. So thank you very much for all you've done for our city and for this great project.
Is this on? Mary Alice, I just also want to say thank you so much. Just to see these pictures from Uganda with the baseball equipment piled up in front of the kids, and then to see these shirts on with them all big smiles on them. Every one of us up here has been involved with the association one way or another through girls softball or boys. Dennis and I were officers at the same time, vice presidents, and it's just a fabulous thing. And I love how what a great story it is. And thank you so much for doing it. That's all. Thank you, Tom and Jeanette, without saying. Can't take it for granted.
If there's no other council comment, Tiger, do we have an executive session tonight?
Unfortunately, we do. Two issues, potential litigation and personnel issue.
All right, perfect. Lynn, can you read the resolution for executive session?
Whereas the Open Public Meetings Act permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas this public body is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist, and whereas the governing body wishes to discuss a matter of potential litigation and personnel, minutes will be kept, and once the matter involving the confidentiality of the above no longer requires that confidentiality, then the minutes can be made public. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the public be excluded from this meeting. This resolution shall take effect immediately.
We have a motion second.
So moved.
Second.
Lynn, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, be back in a little bit.
I have the video on, so people can see the meeting is taking place virtually.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Oh, Chief, he was pushing it. That's what he did.
Paging Michael Reardon.
My wife. My first record. Be a long time.
Just waiting on Mike. He wanted to make an entrance.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
All right, we have a motion second to return from executive session.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, seeing none, resolution or motion passed. Mike, can you summarize?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we had a closed session. We involved the two matters, one with regard to litigation, the other employment litigation, possible threat litigation with regard to pending ordinances. Second, employment is involved the contract negotiations with regard to the fire department. That was it.
Thank you. We need our approval of our October 4th council. We good? Oh, council meeting minutes. We have a motion second.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon, Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
We have our approval of payroll, requisition list, and operating expenses. We have a motion second.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
We have our public comment coming up, but we also have public hearings on a number of the ordinances. So everybody who's here for those specific ordinances, if you could have your comments during that public comment period, I would appreciate that. So next up, we have public comment. This is on agenda items only. Please come up and state your name and address for the record. Yes, Mrs. Phillips.
Good evening, Ann H. Phillips, 308 27th Street. And this is not directed at anything on the agenda, but in general. The past two council meetings at which short-term rentals have been discussed have been unavailable to the public for viewing online due to quote-unquote so-called glitches. This is public information. My questions tonight are, has our system been tested before this meeting and by whom? And is someone here been authorized to monitor audio and video these proceedings and stop them if there's a problem?
Mrs. Phillips, I'll tell you, my understanding is that the audio video is always tested. There is times that it goes down. I have spoken with our city manager. We need to upgrade and fix this whole system that's in here. This is something the council's been trying to get done for a couple of years. We believe we are now in a position to start to move that forward, so we're trying to get that done. But I agree with you. The public should have access. This should be easily accessible online, and we have done everything in our power to do that. My understanding is tonight it's up and working. A couple people have texted us from home to let us know that it's working and that the sound quality is excellent. So hopefully that continues through the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Yes, when it is working, it works well. So
Yes.
we want to have it for every meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mrs. Phillips. If there's no other public comment, we'll close the public portion. Henry? So if you want to speak on specific ordinances at where there's the hearings. All right, so you could talk about that now because that's not a public hearing. So now would be the appropriate time.
Okay. My name is Henry Waldron, 314 20th Street. I'm commenting with regard to the Township of Long Beach and City of Brigantine Shared Service Agreement for legal services. I have numerous questions because so little is presented. In terms of money, it appears that we are giving a $10,000 check to Long Beach. I don't see any requirements, commitments beyond a nebulous set of documents that we haven't been given access to. An engagement letter dated 6/2/23, a second engagement dated 10/16/23, the existing legal output from the first engagement letter, the expected legal output, including a letter that's a supplemental comment letter that's supposed to be sent by tomorrow. We don't have any of that information. Secondly, it looks like on the resolution, it doesn't have the normal verbiage for shared service agreements. So is the 10K the maximum that Brigantine can put out, or is that the retainer to get into this game? If it isn't the maximum, what is the maximum? How long, how much money? Can Brigantine be required to pay 100,000, $1 million? North Wildwood decided to fight the government. They just got fined, what, $400,000 in addition to a number of other payments they had to make when they lost, and in the legal expenses that caught them to that point. So what is Brigantine's liability? Is there a formula? If it's Long Beach, it's us, it's the 5 other municipalities on LBI. Is there a formula in total amount shared? Because it sounds like Long Beach gets to decide how much is spent. What additional resources go to the lawsuit? What percentage does Brigantine pay? Do you have to come to us, the citizens, with every amount beyond 10,000? And where does this initial 10,000 come from? Finally, there's been an issue of the city of Brigantine having to be at arm's length from groups like Save LBI and Defend Brigantine Beach. Does this agreement find some way to commingle funds from municipalities with those from 501c3 groups in terms of fighting against the windmills? So again, you haven't given your presentation on this. We only have a couple of pages and they're pretty blank. What information are we allowed to get either from FOIA or from it being supplied upon request, even before that? How much money, how long is Brigantine involved?
Sure. So what I can answer for you tonight is I believe all of the lawsuits you referenced are all separate. My understanding of the shared service with Long Beach Township, it is just the municipalities who are engaged in that lawsuit. Other groups have filed lawsuit. Cape May County filed a lawsuit in partnership, very similar here to what's going on with us in LBI. This lawsuit has been broken up into phases, and we are coming in on the second phase. Phase 1, which was that first engagement letter, lays out what Long Beach Township and the other municipalities paid. We don't have to pay anything for that because we were not engaged in phase 1. Phase 2 is what is before council tonight. It is a maximum for us of 10,000. Any other time that anything goes beyond that 10,000 for the shared service, it does have to go back before council for review. We will share what we can legally with the public. And that's something we'll get more information on, but this is the first step in engaging in that shared service to retain the legal fees for this. One of the major challenges in this is, I don't know, I will tell you that the way the federal government set this up and broke up all the different land leases, they tried to make it almost impossible for any individual municipality to take action. It would be too cost prohibitive. This is why you see not just what's happening between us and LBI, but also with Ocean City and Cape May County and up and down the entire East Coast. Municipalities are banding together because these projects are being rubber stamped. they're being pushed through. And I can tell you, for us personally, I've tried to negotiate with the governor's office. I've tried to speak with both windmill companies that are out there to try to minimize the damage that these things are going to cause. They don't care what we have to say. This is an issue that needs to be settled in court, and we as a municipality have a responsibility and a right to challenge these things in court to make sure that what is being done is legal. There are a number of laws that are being violated, and I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to list all of them off the top of my head right now, but I can tell you that it is substantial. I will tell you that even the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management admits that these wind projects have almost no positive effect when it comes to reducing global warming or reducing our reliancy on fossil fuels.
They say that any one project
I'm
will
going
not.
to tell you, listen, I let you speak without being interrupted, and I know that you are very much in favor of these projects, and I respect that. I will tell you, I have been presented with nothing that shows me that these projects are good for the environment, that they're good for the ocean, that they're good for the earth. The only thing I see is that our government continues to give the tax money and hard-earned money of all of the people in this country to foreign corporations, and it's wrong. This isn't about doing what's right for the planet. This is about people getting rich. We have tried talking with them. Now, municipalities like us and up and down the East Coast, we're taking this to court. We're going to settle this in court because it's wrong. Now, I respect that you're in favor of this, and I hope that you can respect that we are not, and we're going to take legal action.
I can certainly. I can certainly understand the feeling of not being heard and not being allowed to speak as an equal.
Thank you. Yes, Dad. I always have to defer to my dad. He'll pull my ear if I don't.
My name's Franklin Jemmy. I live at 605 West Shore Drive. It's been a pleasure for the last 13 years of living here in Brigantine. And you, Vince, as Mr. Mayor, everybody in the council that I know, I appreciate all the hard work you do. Just like the gentleman was talking about, I agree with you, the fight, the windmills, and I hope we win. And the other thing is, I understand there's a lot of stuff going on that maybe a lot of regulations on are made yet or not for the short-term summer rentals, 1 day, 2 days. And I hope you get them all passed and I hope everything goes good. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I would say it's always important to have the support of family.
Good evening. Keith Moore, 403 26th Street, Brigantine. To follow up on Henry's comment, I can assure you and the community that there is absolutely no commingling of funds with regard to any type of litigation to the federal or state governments. The monies that Defend Brigantine Beach raise are just that. We raise the funds, we can use it for litigation, and we can use it for education and outreach. That's it. That's what the IRS requires, and we're 100% compliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Williams, 318 44th Street South. Just a quick question. This was a handout, this front door. I'm just curious, who prepared it?
Not sure. I haven't seen it. So I think, I'm sorry,
We don't need to get into it. I'm just curious.
Guys, you got it. If you want to speak, you have to come up to the microphone. We can't have dialogue back and forth because then we don't have the proper record.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to be sure that whether this came from yourselves or from a third party, I just
yeah,
didn't know.
I
where
haven't
it was
even
from.
seen it, so I don't know what it says. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No. It says that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bill Craig, 405 32nd Street South. I actually prepared some solutions, although the last meeting I came to, as I stated, the intentions were good, but it was a disaster. I mean, no one was listening to anyone and there weren't any solutions. And I'm pro short-term rental because of the growth that it brings to Brigantine. I'm pro seeing pizza places be able to sell slices of pizza. You know, it's like a supply and demand, right? You know, you bring in more supply of people, it increases the demand for the goods and services that we have here. And look, we're just talking about being sued. Where's the money coming from, folks? It's coming from people that are spending on our island. And look, no one wants to work a 9 to 5. None of us. We don't. So we still want growth in our homes. We still want to be able to retire by selling a house that has a good value. I wrote these things. I wrote this stuff.
I'm sorry, you have to address us.
And I wrote these solutions. And one of the things that I think that we're missing here is that some of the hosts that have these rental licenses have no education behind them as far as how to deal with the public. I think we could have a course for that. We also have issues where you have non-residents that come in and they lie about their intentions for a property. They hold, a big event. On an Airbnb platform, we have what's called house rules. And before someone books, you can have stated in house rules, they agree to being evicted by the Brigantine police if they violate any city ordinances. And that's just something they agree to. And if it's a non-resident at that home, they go out there just like if it was a motel. There's a motel issue, you guys are going to come in and you can say, listen, you're no longer welcome. So these are some of the things that I think that are being overlooked. The bridge is open. We're going to have crime on our island. Like, I had a person that broke the line and he's ignoring it. Now, do I hold the owner of where this person lived, his landlord, responsible for my work? No. It's we got to get bad actors, and we got to handle the bad actors so that we can take advantage of this additional income that we're all and including the island. I mean, they want to raise some of the rates, which is good. That helps. But I've come with solutions, so I wrote them down so that you guys could all see them and come up with a better end result. I feel like the people that were speaking last time were, hey, I'm a great host. Well, you should. But that's not what we want to hear from here. I want to get good people. And that's why I call this good people. Because I want people to realize that your house should not impact them. And that's one of the things that I would be more effective. And then coming up with solutions without jeopardizing our. That's where I'm seeing. I said this at the last meeting. I own the property on retail space. We couldn't get someone to come in here. And this was in 2000. Now you could blame 9/11. It wasn't 9/11. Because we had the place, right in 2000 for that. Couldn't get them. So now we have people coming on the island. We should appreciate that. And then we should deal with that. And I would, appreciate it. Take the time to look at what I put together. Sit down with you and talk about it. I've been doing Airbnb and other short-term rentals. I've had my house since, I don't know what date it's actually. I've had my house since 1998. Always had partitions, always had. I mean, I know some of the police officers like to. Like that's how far I go back. Like, getting upset with their neighbors is just a wrong attitude. Like it's bad attitude. We have to make money from our island. And this is an industry that's here. It's not always going to be readily available for us. It's going to move on to some other trend. So let's take advantage of it. Like I saw your email. Show. That wouldn't help hard because we've always had a park. And it also is going to hurt the guys that are selling food.
Excuse me, your 5 minutes are up.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for taking the time to present this. Take a look at it. Thank you. All right, so again, if we have specific comments on the short-term rental stuff, I'd like to handle that during the public hearing. So this way we handle it at the appropriate time, if that's okay. If we have any other comments about agenda items that are not public hearings tonight, now would be the appropriate time to speak. Coming up is about short-term rental stuff. All right, go ahead, Captain Rick.
Captain Rick Palatucci, 314 17th Street South, Brigantine. Just want to make a comment. I think that the job that our mayor and council and our police have done is Herculean in effort. It's exemplary. I think this is a great start. You have some people here who understand what the problem is. I think when we address the idea of building large homes, 5, 6, 7 bedrooms, that the owners think it's a target, but that's not the situation. It is definitely something to be looking at. I live approximately near 17th and Ocean, and just a couple of blocks away, there's some major issues with so many people crowding a house, cars, people that are not members of this island. And I'm not against Airbnb. I just want to say that I think that you're on the right track. Keep going until we get to the finish line. And again, anybody out here feels that they've done a good job, let's hear it.
So, go ahead.
Hi, Laura Constantine, 255 8th Street South. And I just want to thank the city council for all their hard work. I trust them completely to make the right decisions for our city of Brigantine. I know they care so much about this island that this has become a great place to live. And it's because of the people up here. And I just want to say thank you so much for all your hard work.
We appreciate the comments. Thank you. All right, if there's no more public comment this time, we'll close the public portion.
Speak right in. There you go. Your name?
You can
When
state
I
your
went
name and
to the-
address. You just have to state your name and address. for the
Barbara
record.
McFarland, 600 West Brigantine Avenue by the church. Last time I was here, I talked about the pigeons, about the windmills. Have you looked into that at all or didn't register?
We didn't get a chance to talk to the ACUA about the pigeons, but we are looking at the
Well,
ocean windmills.
There
I
had to
think.
be hundreds of them on the ground with tilted space here. And that's a virus that can kill you. Now, I don't know where that pigeon waste is going. Is it going in the water? Or what are they doing over there? That's a health hazard.
Tiger, can you reach out to the ACUA?
I haven't heard anything back, and I'll follow up again.
Yeah, they have a new president there. I knew the old president of the ACUA really well. I had his cell phone number. I don't have the new president's number, but I should get it.
Another thing, that water that comes to Brigantine in our faucets, or where does it go?
It doesn't come to our faucets.
Doesn't, it's the
No.
waste,
We,
okay.
our water comes from where the pumps are, where the towers are. There's wells that go down into the ground. It comes from the aquifer, so it is
Oh.
good water.
Because when I was there, there are actually pigeons over the top of the waste management thing. They're
Yeah.
whatever there
That
too.
doesn't come.
And another thing, I think years ago, well, Brigantine was in charge at the end of the island, right? I'm always thinking future.
Sure.
Okay, now the state took it over.
They
Are they
did.
going to bring things through our island to put these windmills out there?
They are
Is that
not.
gonna happen?
No, so for all of the plans, like all the windmill companies have shared with me their plans. There's no transmission lines, there's no equipment, there's nothing out there. And that end of the island is actually so eroded, I don't know that it could support anything.
How are they going to get things out there? We're
So
like the-
they're gonna build a marina, they're building like a marina and dockyard in Atlantic City. Part of it's gonna be shipped out that way. It's also coming down through Cape May out that way. So it's not gonna come through Brigantine.
They could destroy whatever coming.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If there's no other comments, we'll close the public portion. All right, so we have ordinance number 12 of 2023. This is a public hearing and adoption, and this is an ordinance. This is an ordinance by the mayor and council amending the City of Brigantine Code for Ordinances to repeal Chapter 181, to adopt a new Chapter 181 Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, to adopt flood hazard maps, to designate a floodplain administrator, and providing for severability and effective dates. We have a motion and second.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Before we open the public hearing, this is something we've gone back and forth with the state and with the DEP for about 3 years. We had a lot of concerns with the original ordinance that they wanted to pass, but with the help of Ed Stinson and Senator Palestina, we were able to come to an agreement that makes sense for Brigantine. So we are happy to adopt this. And obviously, if people vote on it tonight, the other thing, this is important for our CRS rating. Our CRS rating determines fee reductions we get on our flood insurance. Right now, we get a 25% reduction to the cost. Every homeowner gets a 25% reduction in the cost of flood insurance. We believe we have enough points now to get a 30 or 35% reduction. This is part of moving that forward. Once we move this forward, we'll actually have another review. They will take a look at this and let us know whether or not we actually qualify. We've been in this position to qualify for that. It's been held up for a little bit, but we think we're finally in a position to move forward. We'll keep people updated on that. All right, with that being said, anybody wishing to be heard on this ordinance, please come up, state your name and address for the record. If there's no public participation, we're going to close the public portion. Any council comments?
What's everybody here for?
We're all here to see you. All right, so if there's no council comments, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
Ordinance number 14 of 2023. This is a public hearing and adoption, and this is an ordinance amending Chapter 210-37, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Brigantine as it relates to fees. We have a motion second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, at this time, we'll open it up for a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard, please state your name and address for the record. Yes, Mr. Bennett. Take your time.
Bill Bennett, 418 Lafayette Boulevard. I've been a resident here 62 years. I grew up with a lot of your parents, you folks who were up here. So we've been around, we know what the island used to be like. It's changed. Change is inevitable. I have 3 of these short-term rentals in my neighborhood, and the only problem we've had with them has been parking. And, you know, once I talked to Paul and I talked to Tiger and I think I talked to Rich too. And it's done. It's taken care of. And what I think here with this ordinance you're introducing, it's that I know it's a first step. I know you're going to fine tune it, make it better, but I would suggest and hope that you go further and go with the zoning planning board and see that smaller buildings, maybe not 3 floors anymore with 8 bedrooms. I think that is a way to take care of the problem. And then, of course, enforce the laws we have. And I know you're going to bring more people in to go after to go check on these things. And that's a good thing. So keep up the work, but, we got more to do. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, we are just, I don't know if you saw the front page of the last Brigantine Times, that is that very issue you brought up. The planning board is now addressing, they're starting to research how other communities are addressing this. And part of it too, if you look at the regulations that are coming in place from the New Jersey PAC, they want to raise homes another 5 feet. That's one of the things we got to start to look at, because as you continue to raise those homes, what does it mean for the number of floors that are allowable? And that's something I think we need to get a handle on before the regulations are put in place. And it's something we're going to work together with the community, with the builders on the island in order to make sure that we get this right. So thank you very much. If there's no other public comment, close the public portion. Any final council comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so this is ordinance number 2023, public hearing and adoption. This is an ordinance of the City of Brigantine, County of Atlantic, State of New Jersey, amending the city code of the City of Brigantine so as to amend Chapter 246 entitled Rental Properties. Can we have a motion and second?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Before we open the public comment, I did want to make a couple statements. A lot of times I speak off the top of my head, but this one's important. I want to make sure that I wrote down and mean what I say. Short-term rentals are not what they were a decade ago. They have evolved into a very profitable industry that is in desperate need of proper regulations. This isn't just a Brigantine thing. It's a nationwide issue, and many communities are struggling to figure out how to properly handle the problems associated with this industry. It's very clear that we need stricter regulations, and no one knows this better than the people who have had their lives totally disrupted by the problem short-term rental properties. But we also need to make sure that we have a balanced approach on how the city deals with these issues. We have some short-term rental properties on the island that are a major problem, but we also have many that are not. But I'll tell you what, there's a real fear in this community that a problem short-term rental property could pop up at any time and totally destroy a neighborhood. And this is something that I hear over and over. It's something I see at so many planning board meetings right now. And this fear is going to continue to exist until the city gets these properties and these problem properties under control. The first part of getting these problem properties under control is to hold short-term rental owners accountable for what goes on in their properties. And these new regulations do just that. These new regulations are heavily focused on enforcement and are designed to give the city the tools, staffing, and legal resources needed to properly address the issue with problem short-term rental properties with minimal impact to the well-managed properties. The enforcement side is going to come at a cost. The city needs the proper funding in order to have the necessary staffing tools and legal resources to deal with the problem short-term properties on the island. As we've said from the beginning, the legal expenses associated with this are going to be high. The Short-Term Rental Association has already hired an attorney to challenge the regulations, and we expect that they will soon file a lawsuit against the city. We also noted that as soon as the city starts to suspend the licenses of the problem properties, that they will also file lawsuits against the city. I have a lot of faith in our legal team, and I know that they will do all they can to protect the city of Brigantine. And I'm going to tell you one thing I promise right here, right now. Council's never going to give up on this issue. We will continue to amend and adjust these regulations until we get these problem short-term rental properties under control. A lot of people think that tonight's vote is the end. It is not. It is just the beginning. This is something that we're going to continue to work at. There's going to be issues that come up, changes that need to be made, and we're going to continue to make those changes. I know that there's a lot of people here tonight who really want to push for a 7-night minimum. That is not where we are tonight. But I'll tell you one thing, it is not totally off the table. Council is fully ready, should it become necessary, to increase that minimum night. But one of the things we want to do is start here. Start by holding the problem property owners accountable without harming the ones that do a good job. So these regulations that we're passing tonight put us in a position to do that. And I know it's been a long process, but that's what this should be. Government should never move fast. It should take time to listen to everyone that is involved. But that doesn't mean that any one group gets everything that they want. It has to be a balance. And that is what we are trying to do, and that is what good government does. So this is a starting point, and it is a commitment from this governing body and from every employee in the city to make sure that this gets done. You know, one of the things that I am very proud of in this city is how hard each and every one of our employees works. Every single one of them. When these issues came up, it took some people some time to understand. It took us some time to bring our employees up to speed. People are ready. We've already started to put some of these programs in place. Enforcement has already begun. Our city is ready to mobilize to deal with these issues. And there's no magic wand that we're going to wave that's going to make everything go away tomorrow. But this is the beginning, and we will continue to work at it. And that's what I want you to understand. If we need to make changes, if there's things that come up, it's 2 meetings in 20 days. We can do that at any time. We are open to listen to any group. We are open to listen if there's something we missed or something we don't understand. If it's meaningful, we can make those changes, but it has to be beneficial to the community as a whole. And that's something I want everyone to think about here. There are so many times we think about issues and how they impact us in isolation. And while I respect that, one of the things that council has to do is to find a balance and look at what's best for the community moving forward. It doesn't mean that we ignore issues. It doesn't mean that we downplay the situations that people are living in. It means that we have to make the best decisions for the future of our community. And these regulations that we're putting in place tonight do just that. And I want to say this again. It is only the beginning. Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard, please state your name and address for the record. Got Mr. Chambers coming up. He got up first, sorry.
Yeah, Fran Chambers, 100 Heald Road. Got a couple comments. First, I want to thank all you guys for the fantastic job you're doing. I'm a part of a lot of stuff on this island. And I think a lot of the audience and a lot of the island doesn't realize how much thought and conversation goes into these ideas. We have churned over this and churned over this on the planning board. We want to do things the right way, and all led by you. Everybody's point of view is taken in, and you guys are trying to find the best way to handle things. We don't want Brigantine to turn into Long Beach Island, not knocking them, and we don't want it to turn into Atlantic City. We want to have things set in place that we can handle things. I am not a renter myself. I own, but I do not want to go that route. But it's just the idea that so many people don't understand all the thought and the conversation that goes around this hot topic. We're trying to keep this island just the way it is. It has changed. It's changed a lot, but it's still better than everything on the other side of the bridge. So just give the city council time to go through this step by step, and we'll find what's right for everybody. And thank you guys for what you do so far.
Hi, Suzanne Felinas, 1314 Ocean Avenue. I just want to clarify some things. And again, I'm not going to restate stuff, but a lot of us short-term rental owners came here and joined this group because we wanted to be a part of the solution. So it is a little frustrating that sometimes you come out so defensive when we're just trying to work with you. I genuinely want to clarify some stuff. In looking through the new ordinance, it says the whole thing about the 1 car for 4 people, and that you want us to list how many spots we have on site and off site. Well, I live next to Las Galas. So last time I checked, regardless of where I live, right, I don't have any right to an off-site spot. So I'm not sure why you're asking us for how many off-site spots a short-term rental owner has. If I want that, so I have a duplex. So I have my driveway, my neighbor's driveway, and then there's a parking spot in between us, and then the duplex next to us. And so whoever gets up earliest in the morning to move their car and park in that spot gets that spot. And so, and obviously 14th Street is a very busy beach. So I am like it's a battle for me to find street parking as well. When my guest asks me how many parking spots I have at my property, I say I have one spot in the garage, and based on the size of your cars, you can fit 2 in the driveway. I tell my guests, if one of your cars is blocking the sidewalk, you cannot park in the driveway. No one and their children should have to take their beach wagon or whatnot into the street. Like, so if you're blocking that sidewalk, that's not acceptable. And that's what I tell my guests. But I guess what I'm saying to you is nobody has a right to a street parking spot. That's public parking. So if you want to ask us on our applications, we're here. We're trying to work with you. If you want to ask us how many properties we have, spots we have on our property, I'm okay with that. But no one should be able to talk about what's on the street because nobody owns that. The other thing I'm trying to understand is, and again, I'm not an attorney, so I'm trying to read the ordinance because you guys, we got the email from you that summarized what the new ordinance broke down. And I was like, okay, that's all right. It's, we'll live with it. It's fine. But then everyone's like, oh my God, but in the ordinance, it says this. I'm like, okay, I don't understand the legal jumbo. But what I'm confused about is short-term rental properties. If I'm a short-term rental property, when I'm using it as an owner, it sounds like I'm going to get treated as a short-term rental property. And honestly, it really shouldn't matter how I use my part. But for myself personally, I only rent in the peak season. So I don't rent in the off season. Like I'm down right now. I made a huge mess in my kitchen. I've got glasses in the sink. It's freaking awesome. I love that I can just leave crap everywhere. But what concerns me is that like my family and my children can't use my property like for ourselves the way a second homeowner or a primary resident would. And that I'm going to get labeled a certain way because my property is a short-term rental. And so I feel like, the way I read the ordinance, am I reading it correctly that if we're a short-term rental property, we're good, like myself personally, in my Airbnb and VRBO on my website, I actually don't rent to people under 28. But like my daughter is under 25. And if my daughter, who will be legal this, when she comes home for the break, she should be able to use my house. She's in the will. She's the first one in line to get it. I'm just saying, like, she should be able to use our beach house is all I'm saying. So I guess what I'm saying is I read the email that you guys sent, and then I read the ordinance, and I was very confused because there's the legal jargon, and there's the kind of like, hey, here's the summary of the points. And
Suzanne, your 5 minutes are up.
I'm just trying to understand what's in it, is all I'm saying.
So I'd say probably the best way to handle it, if you had like specific area of the ordinance you had questions with, you could email that to our city manager, and either our attorney or city manager could give better clarification. And then hopefully that can help you to better understand.
Okay, I just want to be able to use my house as the property.
I think that you're misinterpreting what that says. It's only telling you that if you're renting your property, you should let your tenant know that you have X amount of off-street parking, and they're on their own as far as street parking, especially if you live in an area like where the Scala is, where it's almost impossible to find a parking spot on any day of the week. Okay, so you're kind of misinterpreting it. They're just saying that if you have a remote spot somewhere that they can use and you want to suggest to them, hey, if there's no parking in my driveway, I do have another property at this address. Feel free to park your car there. It's not telling you to park on the street or to take up any spots on the street, but it's also telling you to make sure you apprise your tenants ahead of time that parking will be limited. No, not, we can't do that.
Good evening. My name is Larry LaPere. I live at 215 27th Street South. Mr. Mayor, I agree with you that government should go slowly. I have been watching the goings on over the last month and a half or so. I think you're going too fast. I'm not sure you need all these regulations. Previous speaker mentioned that they're confusing. I think they are. We just got them, members of the public and me anyway, just got them 2 weeks ago. I submitted comments to the board on Monday after reviewing it for 4 or 5 days. It was the first time I could do that. And so I can't imagine anyone else has gotten comments to you much quicker. You may have gotten comments within the last 2 weeks. I don't know how you're going to roll those into tonight's vote, or you're going to vote exactly as the code was 2 weeks ago. And if you're going to do that, I would urge you not to. I would urge you to go slowly. I think you need to get more input, and there ought to be more back and forth than there has been. Not to say that there hasn't been, but this is a major thing. It's 20 some odd pages long. I was stunned to see that. My response was 4 pages long, and it took a long time to get to it. And so there's a few things there that I disagree with. Doesn't mean I'm right, but the point is there's got to be a lot of input from a lot of different sources, including individuals like me, who that ought to have some voice in how it goes. Now, perhaps you'll look at my comments point by point and disregard every one of them. That would be your right, but you have to look at them, I think. And so that means you have to take all of the comments from everyone. I can't imagine that there has been sufficient comment made in the last 2 weeks, because I don't know where that would be unless everyone wrote a letter to you as I did. So I would urge you to review all of the comments that have been made so far, because I think there are a number of aspects of this law that are too much of an overreach. Some of them are actually, in my mind, not something the city has the legal right to do. But again, that's something that comes out during discussion. But I would urge you to have further discussions and not vote tonight, because I don't think there has been enough back and forth with all of the individuals, including myself and a number of individuals, plus the organizations that have done this. So thank you for all the input that you've had. And I do appreciate all the work you're doing. We just have to disagree as to the outcome. Thanks. Thank you very much, Doug.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just very quickly on the young lady's question. If, and for the very young lady's question, in the definition portion of the ordinance, it talks about owner occupied, tenant, renter, things like that. It is not the intention, and I think it's sometimes when we lawyers write, the lawyer, right? We spend 3 years in school learning how to write this stuff, and sometimes it's confusing. I apologize if it is confusing, but it's what is required to be enforced in the court's laws, it's required by the code officials and so forth. Anyway, so in here there are various definitions. If the very young lady's daughter came, and she probably had her 12 years old, so if the very young lady's daughter came and was using the premises, that's an owner. It's an owner or owner's daughter, whatever. She is part of the family. She's an owner. There's if the regulations are not met, nor do they apply to that situation. With regard to the request for changes, just so everyone understands, when an ordinance is introduced, if there are minor tweaks, say an I is not dotted or a T is not crossed or something like that, you can make those changes. But if this change is substantial, then we have to go ahead and reintroduce the ordinance again. It's been introduced. This is the hearing tonight. Everything that is being said tonight is being recorded. I'm taking notes on. Other people are taking notes on. And if there are things that come up, then we can go ahead and make changes to the ordinance down the line. As the mayor said, this is the beginning. With any law, there's no perfect law. If we were a people of perfect laws, we could all close up shop. The lawyers could all go away. We could put them at the bottom of the ocean where they all belong. So, but right now, because laws are not perfect, you need lawyers, and that therefore, if things come up and they create problems, that's what we're here for. We're here to try to fix that, and we can go ahead and amend the ordinance at any point, go through the process again. This is, again, a beginning. It'll put something in place. what is in place. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then we can make amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
The mayor, Larry, was it? Larry, yeah, I did read your, all your points. I think it was via our city clerk, either that or Ann Adams maybe, and you spent a lot of time on that. It was a lot of detailed information you pointed out, and I thank you for that. That took you some time, so I could tell you really did your homework too, so thank you.
How you doing? Ernie Purdy, 4625 Atlantic Brigantine Boulevard. I think you guys are doing a great job. I do like this ordinance. And like everybody has been saying, and like the city solicitor just said, been through so many ordinances, they're all there to be changed for the good or the better. But thank you so much, and I hope you pass this ordinance.
Hello, Larry Costa, 210 34th Street South. I am a voter, citizen, and full-time resident of Brigantine. My fear is that the current ordinance seems to have many unenforceable and possibly not even legally enforceable portions thereof. And I'm a layman, I can't say that with confidence. I don't want, nor will I participate in directly or indirectly, financially, any lawsuits against my home city. If you pass it and people sue, they'll do it without me because I don't want to be involved in financially hurting my own home. For those reasons, I urge a no vote on the current ordinance until a better, potentially less litigious or litigatable, I'm not sure what the word is, but something that doesn't seem to have so many things in it that there's going to be lawsuits for, because I don't want them, I won't be in them. So again, I agree that some regulation is needed. I wish that the ordinance perhaps was a little bit clearer, maybe a little less onerous, but that's your prerogative as council and mayor. So again, I urge a no vote until we've got something better. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, thank you. My name is Cassie Lenchner, 35 Beacon Lanes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
My name is Cassie Lenchner, 35 Beacon Lane.
Thank you.
I've been an owner in Brigantine for over 10 years, and I came to this town before then. I lived here for over 2 years during COVID. I like my friend before me. I live here mostly during the off season, and I rent in peak season. I have rented for 10 years, and I just don't understand the community that you seem to be describing, or the problems you seem to be describing. I have a 3-bedroom townhouse in a community of 2-bedroom townhouses. None of these problems that you seem to be describing exist in our community. We have neighbors who like each other. My neighbors would tell you that the best thing that happened is when I bought and fixed up my house so that I have a lovely home in the community. And the problems in our community have nothing to do with short-term renters. People are respectful to each other. You said that you wanted to pass an ordinance that, I'm shocked to hear some of the problems that I've heard, that there's nightclubs, that things like that exist. For sure, you should do that. And I admire all of your efforts as public service to do that. But you said you wanted to balance this and not harm those of us who have been good property owners and doing this in a respectful way and bringing business into the community. And let me tell you that you are. And you're doing that because you're doing this in a terrible process. I'm also a lawyer who has spent time also serving the state. I understand what it is to have an open public process and try to come up with a balanced approach. You're common and people who want to care. You have
We actually had months of meetings.
And you've told me that you haven't, and you've denied my open records request.
So the meetings, there's a number of people that are here in this room. We had a series of public meetings here in City Hall. We shared things through email. So we've shared all of that. The Atlantic City Press actually even attended one of the meetings. We had the Brigantine Times here at those meetings. We held a number of public meetings, and we actually did those during the summer to make sure that people, don't worry, she turns the time off when I talk, but to make sure that there was input. We talked to hundreds of people. So I understand that you might not recognize that, and I understand, and I want to say, I want to respect that you sound like a very good owner. But there are some major problems on this island and it needs to be addressed.
And I respect that it needs to be. And it's not- and so this is a balance of trust, because- and so, you know, sadly, the gold standards seem to be inviting legal action. We seem to literally be saying to people, I know we're going to sue, but that's money and you're going to cost time and energy. An ordinance that has constitutional violations. Demand.
Well, let me ask a question as to our attorney, because you said there's clear constitutional violations. Is there clear constitutional violations in this?
None that I can see, and we've researched it.
Okay,
Just hold
would
on.
you like me to give you cases about demanding, cases in which demanding the love of children reasonable purposes like.
Sure, if you want to.
I've been involved.
So you're talking about the record that the property owners have to keep of who's in the properties?
The record of who's in the
That
property.
was actually already in existence and it's not what's being introduced tonight. That is already there.
Well, you haven't, you were maintain, that I have to maintain records of every child that ever stays in my property?
So I'm going to go
Is
back
some-
to our attorney though. What are the records maintained for?
For purposes of the rental, I don't have it in front of me here, but for purposes of the rental. Like with any similar regulation, you register who is using the property.
So kind of like a hotel. Do hotels keep track
The
of
hotel
who's in
will
the
have that.
properties?
Sure.
In case there's issues, there's a legal record.
It is.
And I think the way the ordinance reads, it says that it has to be supplied upon demand in case there is an issue within the property where police need to engage.
No, you're requiring me to make a record and hotels do not, your ordinance does not. And no ordinance that I have found requires any hotel or anyone else to keep the records of every other person in the property, including names and ages of minor children. Names, ages, and address of minor children is what is required. No one else requires that, and it is not going to withstand scrutiny.
Well,
I would also say that there are other
Ma'am,
portions.
every ordinance that requires kids to be registered for various recreational programs, sometimes you have helmet laws, things like that, I guess they would be illegal as well.
No, there is a purpose for that. I'd be delighted to give you the cases. You have no purpose.
Recreational purposes.
And this is, and what is, anyway, I'd be delighted to give you the cases. I have them. You also have violated law in taking, but there's a series of other places that if you took the time, I'd be delighted to help. There are a series of other places with both the parking restrictions, taking away people's right to use parking on their own premises. I have parking on my premises in my driveway for 4 people. That's more than the opposite. You cannot taking people's own premises parking. The licensing process is riddled with vagueness that is not going to be clearly and administered. The requirement that people put a decal. The requirement that people put a decal at advertising to the world that this home could be unoccupied on their home is dangerous and risky. And I just don't understand why you seem more inclined to rush something through when you say you had a
So
public process.
the decal, Tiger, that was already existing, right?
Yes, the decal was in the existing language.
Yeah, so that's actually something that was recently brought to our attention. It's one of the things we need to review, but that's not a part of these changes.
Well, then
That's
maybe-
actually something that was already there and not a part of the changes. And as we said, if there's issues and legitimate issues like that, and we've already talked with our city manager about that. And that is a good concern that actually, if we hadn't gone through this process and hadn't had this very public discussion about every aspect of this, would have never come to our attention. But I can tell you, it's one of the things that I don't think was enforced because you as an owner with the existing law in place weren't compliant because you didn't know about it. But this is what we talk about. You look at this as a final, it is not. I agree with you with that decal. I don't think it should be on there. This has been brought to our attention and it's something we're going to look at and look at changing. So it's not that we're here trying to fight or trying to force things down, but we need to have a starting point of things that are here. And it's very clear that there's a lot of owners on the island who actually didn't even know what the current ordinances were. So these very public discussions that we've had over the last 8 months have actually helped to educate a lot of people about what is permissible and what is not. And it has also put the city council in a position, and our attorney, where we can really start to look at this and see what makes sense. And one of the things you brought up with the decal, that is something that's going to make sense. So we're not saying no, and we're willing to work with people. But if people choose to file litigation, they were. And the reason I bring this up is before we even engaged in any of this, one of the things I researched is how these big platforms respond when municipalities start to put regulations that hurt their bottom line. I look at how these have been met in other communities, not just in New Jersey, but in other states. And there are people who try to sue. And I will tell you, a lot of those lawsuits have been unsuccessful. So it's not that we're inviting litigation. It's that I feel that it's very responsible to be very upfront with the public, to tell people that when it comes and we're going to pass regulations that could have an impact to people's bottom lines, and it might not be you, but there's people who it's week after week after week after week of parties and special events. That can't go on. You think that that should continue in our community? I don't. But then what we need to do is put something in place that gives us the tools and resources to put an end to it. But as a good owner, we're not trying to hurt you. And if there's things that come up, like you brought with the decal, we're reasonable and we're willing to continue to work with reasonable changes. But some of the stuff that have been put forward completely waters down any authority the city would have to regulate or stop the abuse that's going on in these properties. And that is what we're trying to do.
I was trying to save a spot for Andrea. She has an injured leg. Rosemary Ricardo, just limp on up here. 164 South A Street, right? Listening to all this, this has been ongoing for months and months and months, okay? An end has to come. I'm not happy with the 2-day thing. It's a motel. That's just a motel. And as for my very young lady over here, she really shouldn't have to worry about her estate. It's going to get changed 6 more times. I'm in God's waiting room. I need to worry about my estate. Okay, so here, listen up, boys and girls. Really, you're doing a good job, and you do have to work this out a little bit better. You have a lot of people here that have a lot of money on the line, okay? They're making money, and those of us who live here and enjoy it here, we don't need to put up with that. I represent 6 generations of innkeepers, and we all lived on our properties. Your grandmother, Vincent, Mary.
It's good to have family.
I knew him before he was a thought. We all lived at our properties. We all managed. We had a problem. We were 42nd Street, 43rd Street, 44th Street. It was zoned commercial. All right. We didn't bother the police department or the fire department. Our men were around. Mr. and Mrs. Bruno, Mr. and Mrs. DeNicola Antonio, my grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Nappy, Mr. and Mrs. Rizzo, Mr. and Mrs. Lettieri, Mr. and Mrs. Capioli. Come on, guys. You had a problem, you get on the phone, you had 3 people to a party line, and you'd call somebody. Got a problem here. They're being unruly. You had 3 or 4 really big Italian guys that worked in construction, very gentlemanly and very calmly would come and say, do we have a problem? No, we don't have a problem unless they want to pack their bags and leave now, then they've got a problem. Done, finished. You have an oven fire or a fire on the range, because my grandmother did. She was frying meatballs and forgot. Yell out the door, Mr. Bruno, Mr. Tedesco, right away, come over, put out the fire. And my grandmother wasn't allowed to make meatballs anymore unless she promised to stay at home. Come on, this is what we're used to. What these people are talking about is money. We want our way of life. You have to try something, and you have been working diligently to do it. All right. Today was the first time in months I actually saw little kids riding a bike. We don't have any little kids anymore. Who's going to go to mass and light candles? I want to know that. All right. And then we'll call Mr. Bruno to put out the fire. But anyhow, come on, guys. Everybody has to be reasonable. There's some of us that cherish our way of life, and there's some of us that really want to make an investment, but do it right. Watch your properties, monitor your people, take care of business. 6 generations I have behind me. We took care of business, and we took care of our neighbors and our neighborhoods. There's a way to do it. And by the way, we started off in Italy also. Bye.
Thank you, Rosemary. Yes, Dottie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Dottie Belinsky, 15 Lafayette Place. I wrote out my comments tonight to make sure I got everything in the 5 minutes. And basically my story. In July, I was invited to a meeting hosted by the City Star Subcommittee. I believe that I was actually invited by happenstance. At the meeting, it was clear that the city did not notify all the Star owners directly, but that significant changes were being considered. I got involved because as a 20-year owner of a Brigantine Star property and someone who's also owned long-term properties on the island, I thought I could provide some insight. Furthermore, as a transactional attorney, I thought I could help craft a workable solution for everyone. What I quickly learned is that there was a lot of different types of owners with different experiences than me. Thus, at my cost, I notified all the licensed Star owners and hence became the de facto leader of this group. I felt that I could consolidate the information from the owners and present it to the city in an organized fashion and also be a conduit for the city to relay information back to the owners. I literally spoke to hundreds of Star owners. What I learned was 3 things. 1, they care very much about the city and are truly part of the community. They are not absentee owners, as has been portrayed. 2, they are willing to contribute to the legitimate financial needs of the city caused by the Stars. And 3, they were willing to be part of the solution for legitimate issues that were created by the Stars. In our first meeting with the City Star Subcommittee, this association asked me to present a concept of a public-private partnership, a steering committee comprised of residents, the city officials, and Star owners. The idea was a first step to set up a collaborative effort to have all parties hear each other's positions and find workable common ground. Clearly, the suggestion was rejected and the city embarked on a process that, in my opinion, did nothing but pit the respective groups against each other and made things more divisive. Maybe that's just a reflection of our times. On a personal level, I have no animus towards the residents who have been vocal at the meetings. I may disagree with them on various points, but respect that they have their own viewpoints, and I really don't know what it's like to walk in their shoes. In my opinion, most of the issues can be resolved if the parties were willing to cooperate, the Star group is willing, and I believe that the residents would have been willing if they were given a chance. We cannot resolve issues like this in 5-minute sound bites. Instead, the city attempted to negotiate a proposal without all the detail of an ordinance and then produced a complicated ordinance with several mistakes without taking any substantive input. The association, at its own cost, hired counsel to review the draft ordinance and provide valid input to correct legal deficiencies. The city dismissed our recommendations out of hand. If the ordinance is passed tonight, in its current form, there are some mistakes that we had identified in our comments, such as 1, licensed brokers will be prohibited from renting short-term rentals in the city. 2, families cannot legally bring their minor children's friends to stay with them in a rental property. 3, there are 2 different competing appeal processes. 4, seasonal rentals are now defined as annual rentals, potentially subjecting them to tenancy rules, but also removing them from the Star licensing fees and taxes. In addition to just correcting the legal mistakes, our association also tried to provide alternative provisions to remove some of the arbitrary, capricious, and unconstitutional provisions in the draft ordinance.
So I want to pause you right there just for a question.
Absolutely.
Is there anything unconstitutional in our ordinance?
Well, one example we propose that we think is unconstitutional is limiting the parking for stars without doing it to any other residents and without taking into account any on-site parking. So there is a difference between rental property, store rental.
It's what the court would call a legitimate police power,
Okay, we have a disagreement of opinion on that.
but it's not arbitrary.
The city has elected to ignore other suggestions. In my opinion, if the city had entertained our comments, the ordinance would have been much more legally defendable.
So I just want to pause you.
Sure.
You tell a good story, but that is not how our meetings went. Tiger, you were at those meetings when we met. We met twice. Every time I spoke, how did Dottie respond?
Well, initially, there was a lot of interruption, and Dottie was interrupting you when you were speaking. And at one point, I guess I would call it the teacher mode in you. You were the teacher. You had to stop her and say, you know, I let you speak uninterrupted. It's my turn to speak. I'd ask if you would let me speak uninterrupted. So and then at that point, it got better where there wasn't as many interruptions when you were speaking.
There was no formal proposal that was presented. We
Oh,
asked, excuse me, I
what
want
proposal are
to
you
step in
suggesting?
because one of the things we asked was for you to come to the meeting with the proposal. The first meeting you came to, we met for, I'm gonna say about an hour 45. Outside of you putting together a volunteer organization of short-term rental owners that would make determinations over whether or not people were good or bad property owners, I don't think that's viable, and I explain to you why. Two reasons. One, as a volunteer organization, people are busy with their own lives. And I told you that my experience is that volunteer organizations just don't pan out. I think it's something better that we need to handle through the city. And two, I think there's some serious legal issues. If the city is saying, hey, we have a legal issue with an owner, here are the legal problems. I don't think that we can legally do that. Besides that, there was nothing else that was really put forward. And one of the things we did is when we ended that meeting, I really said, listen, I felt that you were getting a lot of pressure from the group that you were representing and that you were trying to find your way through it. And I said, listen, why don't we meet again, put something down, a formal proposal of what you think works. We had a second meeting. There was still no formal proposal. And we went to that same thing that Tiger described, that every time I spoke or someone on council spoke, you just interrupted and attacked. And I think it's important you tell the story as if you're the victim, but you've been continuously trying to bully me this entire process. And I am polite and I am kind and I try to listen, but at some point in time, like you got to just start telling the truth. And at one point, your behavior was so out of line that I actually got up and walked out of the meeting and left because I really wanted to think about, is there anything that can be salvaged? I asked my fellow council members to step out of the meeting. One of the things I told them is that if these two individuals can't come to us with some type of written or formal proposal, that these meetings are just a waste of time. To sit and just have you argue with us for hours isn't productive. So you try to tell the story that you put together a proposal, but there was no proposal. Nothing was presented other than this informal volunteer committee that would try to handle things. And I don't know that even anyone in this room would agree that that's a reasonable way to handle this. And I think it's important to set the record straight. Like, I have no issue with you, but you seem to have a very misguided understanding of what actually went on in these meetings.
Okay, so the proposal that I was talking about was what our council submitted last week, but going back to the meetings that we had.
So, all right, so I want to come back to this. We had an opportunity in the summer to talk. My understanding from people within your groups is that you actually had no intention of presenting proposal. And it wasn't until we get all the way here, and I don't think that proposal came in maybe till Monday.
Well, it was last week.
When did we meet? July? August?
Yeah.
We've been talking,
Around
and
that
here we
time.
are now. So I think that's a little disingenuous, not just to you, but to all of the people that you represent, that when we had time to sit down and work on this, none of that was presented. But here we are now. And listen, we'll look through it. If there's things that make sense, I have no problem addressing that.
And we're happy to meet with you,
But I
but
think
can I
it's
respond to
disingenuous
that?
what you're telling the public
Okay,
here today.
can I respond to that? And I think we had a very clear dialogue, and we did put proposals on the table, and we
You
can
did not
rehash the
put
meeting,
proposals on the
but
table, not in our meetings. And I think that's very clear.
First of all,
I'm going to give you a
you
good
wanted
example
to
too,
propose-
because two other members of your group were so frustrated about how the group was being represented. They actually sat They gave us a formal proposal, point by point of, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is what we think. That's something that we can work with. And I would tell you, like, I have a lot of respect for those individuals. But one of the things that those individuals with the group, they're so afraid that people within your group is going to be upset with them or mad at them or people from the public. They did ask that I keep them anonymous because they didn't want retaliation. And
They
there
actually
is
don't want retaliation
retaliation
from the
that is
city either.
happening to some of our residents in the community for speaking up. And I think that's wrong. So I'm pretty understanding, but I'm not going to let you come up here and call us or any of us a liar.
Okay.
That is wrong.
You have called me a liar, and I disagree with your characterization of the meetings, and I disagree with what was presented. And I think there was a very clear dialogue that a proposal is something that is very, like, it is not the ordinance. You have to work through the actual language of the ordinance. And I
Did
know
you present us a written proposal at
We
any of
didn't
the
give you a written
meetings?
proposal. We had a series of things. We talked about having private security. We talked about the fact that the city police are limited in what they could do. We talked about that in the first meeting. I spent hours talking to different security companies and coming in with proposals from them. And
So
after
that
the fact,
information
you
came
suggested
because I
that
shared with you, and I think this is important too. I shared with you, there was a property that we had issues with. The owner really, and the owner's not perfect, and I admitted that. And there's some other issues that we're addressing, but that owner said, we saw that this owner was taking some steps to try to get their property under control. And I tried to share that information with you in good faith to say, hey, listen, I'm going to bring the person in who came up with these ideas that tried to get their property under control. So everything we've done has been in good faith. I'm going to tell you, I don't know
Well,
that your
actually, I mean,
statements here
that's your
today
perspective
aren't
of the
good
meeting. We felt like we had proposals to offer you and things to discuss.
Did you give us a written proposal or any type
Not
of
at that
real?
time. We were not going to
Okay, fine.
negotiate the proposal. We were talking, we were still in the investigative mode.
All right,
in-
so I just
in
want to
my
be
world,
clear. So as
with-
you just stated, there was no proposal presented. So that's fine. We can move on.
And your 5 minutes are up.
No, I'm going to give her 2 more minutes because I took a lot of her time and I'm going to be fair to Dottie, but I'm going
I
to give her.
turned it off when you were speaking.
All right, Dottie, I'm going to set a timer and this isn't for anybody else.
I will
but
just do a
I
concluding
want-
sentence or two, and that
All
will be fine. I'm not going to take up time. I disagree with the characterization of the meetings that you're referring to, or that we didn't come in good faith and put proposals on the table.
No, we're not going to yell from the public. That is not fair. Thank you. I'm sorry, Dottie.
We spent a lot of money, of our own money, not to litigate, but to hire an attorney to evaluate the ordinance and give recommendations and suggestions with give footnotes and everything else. And so what we're recommending is that you not vote tonight, you review the document, review our comments. I believe it would actually make the ordinance stronger. If we really wanted to litigate, we would not have done that. Our objective is to get a solution that we think everyone can live with and is that legally defendable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Flounders, 300 East Brigantine.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't hear you. I
Sorry.
apologize.
Richard Flounders, 300 East Brigantine Avenue. I would just ask again that you consider whether it's wise to vote on this tonight, or if you consider a couple of things that seem confusing. Mayor, you mentioned the decal rule, which was in the original law. Why is it still here? Nobody uses it. It's bad. You're saying that you don't think we're going to enforce it. Why not take it out? This is your rewrite of the ordinance.
So that's something I think we're going to address going forward. And as I said, and I want to say this, as I've said, this is just a start. And that decal thing has already been there, and most of the owners didn't even know it was there. And that's kind of the point of this whole thing. There's a lot of laws that people were supposed to be following that they weren't. And part of it is that they had no idea. This whole process has really brought to light how much people don't understand about the regulations they were supposed to follow. And that's a big part of why, the rollout doesn't start till January 1, part of the education process, but also like the decal. And if I know Dottie has some things that were sent to us, our attorney's going to review it. If there's reasonable things, we can reintroduce those changes, but that doesn't impact the changes that we make tonight.
Then why not get it right the first time? By
Because it's a
looking at those
it's a work in
items?
process. It is a work in process, and we need a starting point, and
Okay.
you can't keep kicking the can down the road.
And I think if you took another month and reviewed some of the items that have been brought up, maybe work with some additional people with different ideas, perhaps you could find an ordinance that was good not just perfect, but good to start out. In any event, a couple items within it that I'm confused about is the one car for 4 occupants. So if I rent my place to 2 couples, they're only allowed to have 1 car. It's 4 occupants. That's as I understand the ordinance reading. I have 2 parking spaces under my building that are assigned to me. So you're saying that I'm in violation of the ordinance if I allow 2 people to park in my 2 parking spaces. That's how I read the ordinance. I don't think that's your intent, but that's how it reads. And I'm in violation if I don't follow that ordinance. The other concern I have is, and this was raised previously, if I have friends of my grandkids, and I mentioned this earlier, if I have friends of my grandkids come, I don't have legal custody of them. I'm not their parents, I'm not their relatives, but if they're under 18 or under 25, I'm in violation of the ordinance. I don't think that's your intent in the audience, to bar my granddaughters to have their friends come and stay in our place.
I'm going to have our attorney address that, but
Okay.
I think that was addressed last time. Maybe you're misunderstanding that. If he's the owner,
Yeah, look, he's the owner. We back up to the parking spaces and we'll address.
Okay.
With regard to the parking spaces, it's a max instead of a minimum. If you've got 2 parking spots on your property, just reading this as a whole, you've got 2 spots, you can use those 2 spots. The idea is that if you were inviting 8 people onto the property, I'm sorry, 12. So you go to 12, you only have 2 spots. You can't have the 12, you only have 8.
Okay.
And then with regard to your grandkids, they are not renters.
Okay. If the renters' grandkids bring friends, that's against the ordinance, correct?
It's just, it has nothing to do with that. It is the number of people, whether they.
No. I understand about the parking space. I'm saying that you specifically say, in the event they're under 18, the occupant shall be the immediate family member or under legal guardianship of the primary occupant.
Right.
So if I have a renter who brings his kids or grandkids and they want to bring friends, they can't do that.
Well, if you bring friends, you would sign, you'd have the parents sign something over as guardianship.
Who's going to sign guardianship? All I'm saying is, I think, I understand you want a rule in place, but I think that it's poorly worded. I think what you're having is unintended consequences as a result. And people are putting themselves in liability that don't want to be, certainly, but nonetheless, the way it's written,
Well,
that's what they are.
if somebody is on the property and they're under 18, there should be some type of guardianship arrangement where that person is under 18. Do you not?
I have 6 kids, 6 grandkids. I've never had a parent of my kids' friends sign a temporary guardianship.
Well, I have, and I would suggest.
You have? Wow. Okay. Well, you're an attorney. Perhaps you know better than I do.
Yes,
You know,
because what if you have to take that child bus?
okay. I would say 95% of the people and whoever had kids stay over, probably.
Sure, but it's a good idea. I mean, if you have to take that child to
Okay.
the hospital, you don't have guardianship powers.
Okay. Fair enough. And it's $2,000 per day for violation. And as I read this, that is for the transient occupant, the owner, and the rental agent or the managing person. So that's $2,000 per day per party. So it's $6,000 a day is the violation cost.
No, it's for the.
It lists all 3 as being liable for the.
They're liable, but only one is.
who would have the discretion over who's charged? Because I think it
It would be
lists
the
all
code
of that.
enforcement official, yes.
So code enforcement official could determine which of those listed would be
Right.
charged, and it's a maximum
Sometimes you don't
fine.
have an owner on the premises, you want to be able to have to charge someone, the only person that may be there, maybe the tenant. You have to-
And it is a maximum fine,
And
correct?
then the owner would be liable to the tenant.
Right. Yeah, it's a
That's
maximum.
maximum, yes.
But again, the charging party could decide it's going to be the owner who gets charged and is liable for the crime. Or the person who is within Atlantic County as the managing agent, they could be charged.
Right.
Why? I mean, I don't understand the thinking. I understand you want owners to be responsible for their properties, but if you've got people that are in violation in the property and it's so egregious that you need to call the police, why can't the police handle that situation? If they're out of line, the police need to deal with it. But why does the owner and the managing agent
It
run the
depends
risks
on,
of being fined?
it depends on what the offense was. And
Okay.
it gives the enforcement official the ability to make that determination.
But it,
So it's like any crime, like if whatever crime's committed, it gives them the tools and resources to make the decisions they need to make, and that's where we do.
You're bringing up all the maxes.
Yeah.
They have a right to use whatever, they have discretion.
Sure.
If somebody is out of state and they can't locate them, they have to have somebody to be able to assess, and that would be the person there.
Okay, and I understand you're saying the maximum, and I realize that it's worst case scenario, but it's in there. So the liability exists. So as a short-term rental owner, I have to worry about
Sure.
that.
If you're driving up the parkway, which I'll be doing for a while,
Okay.
drive up the parkway, you're doing 75. The police officer pulls you over. He has the discretion, like to go, write you up for something, a lesser charge, or write you up for that charge, depending on his judgment of the situation. The same thing for.
Okay, but he doesn't have the discretion to write up the passenger who doesn't control the issue at the property or in the car.
If the passenger is doing something else, like the passenger.
Doing
is
something
that-
else, sure.
yes,
But if
he
the
does have the right to write them.
passenger's in the car at 75 also, but you're not going to give them a ticket. They're not in control of the situation.
You could give them a ticket for something else.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ed Huber, 438 Risley Road. Since the attorney has a little bit of a sense of humor, I'm a retired state trooper. If I stopped you at 70, 75, it was 65. Being an attorney, you would have got one. You could bank that and a seatbelt.
Yep.
Okay, reason why I stopped down here was, yeah. Get the wood. Totally against this ordinance. Way too many regulations. I voted for everybody up here. What you've done with something that affects the smallest part of time and turned it into what you turned this into, I think you should be. Reason why I'm saying that is it's affecting everybody else on the island. This cancer is growing, and you guys have done it. And the reason I'm saying you've done it is you take input to a certain point. You have taken way too much input. You guys don't know which way to go. This one wants that. One of the things that Vince disturbed me that I just heard you said is going to affect people's lives. Why does the city care about it?
So Ed, here's what we got to talk about, right? So people, some of their business plan right now is they rent to bachelorette parties, they hold weddings, they hold special, no, hear me out. No, but
I am going to interrupt.
but Ed,
you
I don't
because
think you understand.
You're
I'm not
deflecting
deflecting.
like you do all the time.
I'm not
And these
deflecting.
people are right that are here.
So
arguing.
you think that the people behind you that are totally disrupted, the people that are totally disrupted.
Let's keep
So
everything in
Ed,
order.
Ed,
Let's keep everything in order.
It's in order, but the thing is,
Not really,
you keep
no.
deflecting.
I'm not deflecting.
Take
I
that time,
think-
take his time off,
So listen, Ed, I'm not deflecting, but I
and I
think,
get the extra too.
Ed, you don't get the extra two, and she stopped.
Exactly, because you
So-
gave it to her. You bent again. You do it time
So-
and time
So
again.
Ed, it seems like your comments are very personal towards me.
No, yeah,
But-
'cause you need to grow a set,
Okay.
okay?
So Ed,
You
Ed,
do,
Ed,
and make a decision.
Hey, can you bump it down a notch? Just a
so
little
Ed,
bit.
I'm gonna say one thing. We can disagree about the short-term rentals, but I think your behavior here is way out of line. Listen, I think it's way out of line.
You need.
So
to
Ed, I'm
help
gonna
the
say,
people
listen.
On the island.
So we have, Ed.
We're
Ed,
all-
we've 8
the
months.
fact is-
Ed, this is 8 months into this, and you're showing up here in the 11th hour.
No,
Did
no,
you
no, I
come to
listen.
any of the, Ed, did you
I
come to any
listen
of the
to
public
everyone.
meetings?
No.
So you didn't come to any
because
public
I
meetings?
know the
Do you
circus
receive the
that you
emails
live
that are sent out to all of the short-term rental stakeholders? So did you do anything to get involved before you came to this point right now? So one of the things we're trying to do is
This is
protect
really
people's
You're
homes.
making it a gray area. It's
We're not
black
making
and
a gray
white
area. So Ed, one of the things we're trying to do is come up with a balanced approach in order to address this issue. There are some major problems on the island. You might not be aware of them, but I'm telling you, I talk to a lot of people and they're struggling. But I also know that there's some good owners out there, and we're trying to come up with a balance that allows us to have the tools and resources to deal with those problem properties with minimum impact. One of the things I said in the beginning, there are some things as we go forward that we are going to correct, this is just a start. And we're going to continue to work at this. Like I said, the decal thing, I think that's a good thing. I know Dottie, although we disagree on things, she may have some good things in there that we need to pay attention to. Larry has been a saint through this. When we talk about Larry Costa, I'll talk and work with him any day of the week. Some of the other short-term rental, our homeowners that are sitting behind you that have come in here for months, they email us all the time. We look at this. I've talked with the business community. I talk with the Chamber of Commerce. I talk with our realtors. I've talked with short-term rental owners who haven't come here because they don't want to be associated with this, because they don't want to get tied up, but they wanted to share their information. I talk with the builders on the island who built these. So I want you to understand, this isn't about grandstanding. This isn't about coming up with some plan that doesn't work. This is about taking the input from people that are there and making a real difference in people's lives. And that's what we're trying to do. And if you want to come and insult me for that, that's fine. Have at it.
But here's the thing. This has been done. The time has been taken. 27 different regulations. I mean, it's a lot of
a lot of those regulations were already existing. When you're talking about those pages, and that's what I want you to understand. I don't think you fully understood, and that's the whole point of this. And we've said this from the beginning. One of the biggest failures of the city is because of, we had a mayor leave, another mayor pass away. We had changeover within the city, that when these regulations were created and coming to the point of enforcement, that institutional knowledge, and I'm stealing Henry's word, that institutional knowledge was lost. One of the first things we did is we actually sat down with highlighters and went through the old ordinance to start to look at this. It's been an educational process. We started to work with our attorneys, with our city manager, with our police, with our code enforcement, and with the public to come up with a plan that puts the city in a better spot. And that is where we are here today. And you haven't attended anything. You haven't attended anything, but you're here attacking me.
I know what's going on, but here's the thing. The police hands at a certain point, when they're called to these houses, the one we're talking in the beach area, the monstrosities, their hands are tied to a certain point.
And we've said that. And you know this as a formal law enforcement officer, you know this. So what we're trying to do is put things in position to give our
people, and then people would have to come in and a judge would decide.
But that is part of the process too. And that's, if you really look at this, our police and our officials have the ability to address this. It'll get to a certain point, but there is appeals process. It does, when it gets to a certain point, it does go to an internal review, and then it does go to court. And that's why I said a lot of this is going to end up in litigation, because when you have somebody who's making a ton of money that doesn't want to follow the rules, they're not going to want to come into compliance. And that's where that issue goes. And we have processes for all of that. So I think you really misunderstand what's going on here. I know that you mean well, but I think you really misunderstand the whole process of what we're doing here.
I don't understand why you're concerned about somebody's bottom line.
What I'm concerned about is the community.
Most people
I'm concerned about the quality of life here in Brigantine for everyone. There are a lot of moving parts to this. It's not, and that's why I said in the beginning, this isn't one side gets everything. There are a lot of moving parts to this, and we're trying to make sure that we do this in a correct, mannerable way that works. Because at the end of the day, we want to improve the quality of life for everyone, for our residents, for our visitors, for our short-term rental owners, for everyone. But part of this is growing pains. And so I'll tell you, a lot of these regulations should have been put in place a long time ago. I can't control what happened back then, but we do have a say in what happens now.
So you could.
So this is something that every city in the nation is dealing with right now. And we're trying to find our way through it. And we're taking a little bit different of approach, but I think it's going to be more effective than what some other municipalities do. There's other towns that are passing a one strike rule or just banning it or over-regulating short-term rentals to the point where they can't function.
Some type of ordinance
That's what this does.
Right.
That's what this
does. Let it come in
does.
front of the judge.
But there's a
Let the judge
process.
decide.
And you know this, on a first offense, people don't always end up before the judge. In order to show that there's a nuisance property, you have to show a series of events. That's why we're looking at this 5-strike rule. There's some towns 1. I don't know that 1 offense, and in some communities, they get a trash violation. Does that really make a nuisance property? And that's one of the reasons why we also have an internal review. What if there's a couple trash violations and something small and it's not really egregious? At the city level, we have the ability to look at this and say, look, there are some issues here. The fines have addressed those issues. Maybe it doesn't warrant pulling the license. But if we go to some other things and it is totally dramatic and impactful and hurting the community, well, yeah, the city then pulls that license and then it goes to a judge. So all of the things you're talking about have been very well thought out and put into this ordinance because we worked at it. And that's what we do. We don't come in here, we didn't insult people. We work to make this community better. And I expect more of you because I know that you're a member of this community. I know how much you love Brigantine. And I also know your law enforcement background and you have an outstanding background. And I respect that of you. But how you're coming in here tonight, totally out of line.
And just for the record, the set came out, it wasn't supposed to be a set. But make a decision.
Sure.
Get this over with, but I don't know that this one's the right one. It's just
All right.
way too many regulations.
I respect that. Thank you.
Hey, Ed, too, I just want to add, like, if you look at what we have here, it's what, 23 pages. So if you go from, like, say, Seaside all the way down to Cape May, and you look at some of the various E360 codes online that obviously weren't around many years ago before the advent of, the internet and everything, they're quite lengthy. They're, you open up the other tabs and everything, and it can be quite verbose. I'll just put it that way. So I'm just putting that out there as far as detail goes. So just all the bases are being touched as best possible.
Absolutely.
Well, we know how that works too, right? So they'll know what to do out in the field. It just gives some more tools. So thanks, Ed.
Yes.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Been a lot of years since 22 years sitting on that side of the dais.
Excuse me, sir, can you give your name
State
and
your name and
address?
Bob Solari. I should know that. Bob Solari, 9 Cummings Place. I wasn't going to speak this evening. I just wanted to come and listen. Mayor, your initial comments, I couldn't agree with more, but perfect, spot on. I have breakfast with Ed every morning. We're going to talk about tomorrow morning. I have to agree with what he said. Enforcement, it all comes down to enforcement. I think we've already said that. Over the years, a little bit of history of this ordinance, and I have to pat myself on the back a little bit here. I was the author of the rental registration, property maintenance, certificate of habitability and nuisance properties, along with Councilman Scoop K, Tom Chickarone, and Ed McGuire. We spent a lot of time writing that ordinance because at that time, we were dealing with not only nuisance properties, overcrowding. Our school was busting at the seams. We built an addition. There were multiple families living in single-family homes that couldn't comfortably fit them. And different families were sending many children to our school. And you saw what happened. We had to build another addition. So what happened, with the creation of rental registration office, and that allowed us to hire 4 new firefighters. We came up with the idea that if these firefighters can also be firefighters, they would be also inspectors. They went out on weekends, in the evenings, during the day also, and they were also firefighters. They took a job knowing that that's what they would do. But eventually it morphed into Airbnbs. We hired part-time inspectors to go out and do the jobs of the firefighters because as firefighters retired, we needed those guys in the line. With all that being said, bottom line, enforcement. And I know that that's what we're talking about. And Karen and I spoke about this a few times. We had 3 strikes and you were out. You came before a hearing officer, was usually Tom Chickarone and Tim McGuire, and we looked at the circumstance and we reviewed your file. And if it warranted a fine or revocation of your license, we did it. We never lost and we're never challenged in court. I'm going to give you two brief stories, all true. One was property on 6th Street. It was an incomplete property, had no roof. It was just four walls. We fought and fought and fought and summons and summons and summons. They completely ignored it, and we finally got a order of condemnation, notified the owner, we're tearing it down. Guess what happened? It's a very nice looking property today. Another property was, this property owner kept ignoring our violation notices and summonses. She would not, I didn't want to say she or whatever. The property owner the property owner just disregarded. We had summonses. She wouldn't come, that person wouldn't come down. But we finally had to devise a plan to lure her here. And she fell for it. The person fell for it. And immediately we arrested her, went to court, and guess what happened? She fixed the property, was in compliance, and she eventually sold it. The person eventually sold it. So don't be afraid of litigation. You have a city solicitor, you have a judge, you have a hearing officer, could be either one of the chiefs. Everything's in place, right? I think you would agree with that. So I wouldn't be afraid of litigation. Once you notify a few property owners that we are serious at problem property owners, and you're right, we do have a lot of properties that are rented, really good renters. We were renters when I first came here. My parents bought it in 1948. We were summer rentals until 1954, and the rest is history. So with that being said, I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and I know there's a lot of time that went into this because I went down and met with Ventnor, CIO, Wildwood, took the best of their ordinances and incorporated it into ours. And you guys have refined it and just enforced it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Appreciate it.
How you doing? Bill Craig, 405 32nd Street. I wanted to come up and ask a question. It was based on something I guess the attorney mentioned about, I guess, ticketing passengers. Like, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or in any way, like, I'm just trying to understand your.
I embarrass myself every
No,
day.
no, it's okay. It's okay.
Ask my wife.
But if you're trying to craft some ordinances, I think it would be a great idea to bring in a consultant, because if you're forced to explain over and over some simple ideas, then you don't have it right because people don't understand it. And the idea is we got to kind of understand it. I don't think we should be voting tonight. I really don't. And that's because I feel like there's so many solutions that are on the table. Like I wrote some things in here and I've heard some people speak and I'm like, oh, wow, I covered that in a couple, like 12 solutions. I emailed it to you guys. No offense. I know you're busy, probably overwhelmed and swamped with watching, your email from people in the community and also the Phillies. But at the same token, like I didn't get an answer. And I was kind of nervous about saying who I was and where I lived because I was very intimidated. There's a lot of people that are intimidated. And then when you say, hey, well, don't worry, it only exceeds 2,000. You're still putting 2,000 on it. And the other thing is, what the issue is that you guys are characterizing problem properties. It's not, it's a problem people coming on our island. The same people that are going to kick over a trash can and raise the music volume up are going to be the same people that are going to steal something from Wawa. So you got to go after the offenders instead of going after people that own property. Like the worst thing could happen to someone who has a property, someone rents their place and destroys it. So if my place gets destroyed, are you going to cite me too? I mean, there's a problem when that's happening to people. And I understand, like, we're all upset about neighbors' properties making noises, but you have people that are visitors of our island that aren't respecting our laws. And I think that the police should be allowed to go in there, and if they don't live in the property, get them off the island. And there's so many solutions. I'm an expert at short-term rentals, and I would love to sit down and probably talk to you, but no one ever got back to me. And I'm not saying that that'll change anything, but I think I can make some ideas come to fruition that would make some of our community members happier about what's going on. All of a sudden, just coming in and making all these swift decisions, there's a lot of things you could be doing that make improvements instead of impacting people and characterizing them as bad properties. I just don't, just you saying, hey, let's ticket the guy in the seatbelt, or what's the name of every kid in your house? Like, people, that's creepy. No offense. And it's just like, people get upset at that kind of thing. And it's just like, I'm like scared, like, oh my God, like, so if people commit a crime on my property, I'm responsible now? Like, how does that work? Does that work to annual leases as well? I mean, I mentioned earlier, I had a guy rob my house. Do I hold the owner of that property responsible? No, I can't. What about if someone gets in a fist fight in the street? Okay, and then they commit a crime. Are you going to jail, Mr. Mayor? Like, are you getting fined? No, it's absurd. The thing that you're going to hold another person accountable for the actions of someone breaking the
So
law.
as a short-term rental property owner, you don't think you should have any responsibility or accountability for what goes on inside your property?
You have to, I think every individual in the community has to follow.
But
the law.
as an owner, you don't think you should have any responsibility for?
I guess I do. Yes,
So
I do.
that
But
is,
within your authority. Like, for instance, if someone lies and they rent your space and they have a blowout party, you know that was going to happen. That's out of your control. If something's in your control and you're part of that crime, yeah, you should be held accountable. That's what I think.
Wash your hands of it? You're
No,
gonna wash your
no,
hands of it because you didn't
if
know,
I
but your
said-
neighbors on both
I
sides
know-
are
I know
suffering.
for a second. No, I hear you. I have actually addressed that here. And that is people having events with their homes. Hey, if you're around an event in your house, you are accountable. But if someone has an event with some people and they said, I was talking to me and my wife, they have a party, how's that?
so part of that also comes down to the management. One of the things that we didn't put forward, and I am still very much in favor of, is that you need to have local management. Because as an owner, if there's something going on in your property, you should be the one to address it. And I would tell you, I'll be the first one to back. If there's an owner and there's somebody lies, they come in, they throw this party, and as an owner, you're the one calling the police, you're the one taking care of it, I don't think you should be fined. That's what we want people to do. But there's a lot of people who these events happen, and people aren't trashing their homes, but they're creating a major disruption to the neighborhood weekend after weekend after weekend. And right now, there's no accountability. So even if we write the ticket to the individual, that individual leaves, and every time a new person comes in, it is a restarting of the clock, and it's different than a long-term rental. In a long-term rental, the same person or same parties are there. So when the police come, each time they come, it's an escalated event. With the short-term rental property, it's not the same. It resets the clock. So one of the things we want to make sure is that, one, there's accountability for the owners, and two, that they do as best as they can with that screening process to make sure that they're not putting those type of nuisance problems in. There's people who openly advertise parties, advertise events. They're marketing to bachelor and bachelorette parties. That can't continue. We need a way to put a stop to that. There are good owners who come in, there's no problems. Occasional problem comes up, but as an owner, you're responsible to handle that. So if you're not here and you're not in this area, how do you know what's happening? How do you take charge of a situation that is impacting your neighbors? Now, at the advice of our attorney, we left the language the way it was, where it says you have to have somebody within Atlantic County who can be responsive within 2 hours. But I would tell you, like Ventnor said most of the problems have gone away because you either have to live in Ventnor or you have to have a representative in Ventnor who manages your property. And because they have professional property managers managing those properties, a lot of those problems went away. I didn't want to start there. We may get there. And that's what I'm saying. You need boots on the ground, and you need eyes on the property, people who are going to manage it and deal with it. So we're not there yet, but I'm telling you, I want that. I don't think we're there yet. We may get there.
That's understood. I hear you, and I don't want a problem in any of my properties that I have. If any ground property, no one wants that. You're taking it as, hey, well, you're a property owner, so you're careless. No, that's not true.
But who should be responsible for the property? And that's the whole heart of this.
I get that, Mr. Mayor. But I'm explaining to you that is, you could do a lot of steps to make this whole thing better for everyone without.
Excuse me, your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
We will review, we will look. As I said, it's a starting point.
I can return.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I can. I absolutely can.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Sarah, council members. Andrea Sullivan, 2000 Ocean Avenue.
Can you give me 1 second and pause the timer? I want to make sure that we
Yeah.
pay full attention to you. So
Yeah.
just, yeah, I just asked if we could pause the timer because Andrea had begun to speak, but I couldn't hear or pay attention because what was being
Yeah, because
passed
of
out.
shuffling, yeah.
I know, I just wanted to be fair
Yeah.
to you, that's all.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right,
I'm not even gonna use my 5 minutes. Anyway, go Phillies first and foremost. My rally tale, yeah, okay. So I just have, and you probably already, if you've read your emails today, I was kind of shocked, awed, and whatever you want to call it, whatever adjective getting attached to it. I think all of you know I'm a pragmatic thinker. I think long and hard before I say something, I launch something, I do something. And when I do open up my pie hole, what I say is accurate and truthful. And I can substantiate it with photographs, with documentation, and eyewitness accounts will corroborate everything I've said about any of these STRs. Some, as you know, are wreaking havoc. Not every rental period, but some weekends, not every. So all you need is 1 or 2 weekends here and there that wake you up in the middle of the night with a tour bus rumbling down the street. You know what a diesel bus sounds like when it pulls down a one-way dead end and idling, it wakes you up. So with that said, the ordinance is, and I'm a proponent of 7 days. I think 7 days will eliminate the 2-day turnover, the hotel kind of operation, weekends in, weekends out. But in the end, this ordinance, as I read it, I don't believe, in talking to a lot of folks, and believe me, my phone blows up, they call me, I get emails. The concern is this: do we have the manpower to really enforce this?
We do.
In
Andrea,
fact, I was talking,
that is part of the, and I just want to say, she paused Lynn, pause the time, please. See, I got you. I'm keeping an eye on it too. That's part of this proposal, is to make sure that we have the manpower and the staffing to handle this, because that is, and you heard Mr. Slarry talk about that. A big part of this is the enforcement. And that is what we've been saying from the beginning. Our attorney has crafted an ordinance that will give our enforcement agents, we'll call them, the ability to do their job the way it needs to be done. And that's what we're doing. I'm going to tell you with 7 day, and I said that. If we can't handle this through enforcement, and I believe we can, there are further steps we can take, and that 7 day is one of them. But I'll tell you, I think it should be a 15. I don't think 7 days improves the quality of life for anybody. So my personally, and I can't speak for all of council, but if we can't get this under control, my recommendation, I mean, council will have to agree, would be to move to a 15 in the off season. In the regular season, we don't have the same issues, but in the off season, and you saw the proposal we originally put out was for a 30. And I will tell you, in the off season, I think it needs to be a 15. We're just not there yet, and we want to give this an opportunity to handle this at the lowest level.
and I realize at this juncture, like after these many 8 months plus that we've been, bantering back and forth and having dialogue, and I've been blowing up your emails too. And I share, it's not just my thoughts. These are collective thoughts from concerned citizens who knock on my door, they go for a bike ride, they stop, did I see this? You got to go look at that. So I feel like I've been appointed the captain of this team. And consequently, if you look at the document in front of you, now I'm taking all kinds of heat because I've become the convenient target. So I've been threatened with cease and desist, lawsuit, $50,000 and upwards, because I'm speaking the truth and representing my neighbors, and I'm battling on behalf of my community. So if I don't shut up, I'm going to get it in court. But we have a remedy for that. That's already in the motion. I spoke with my attorney today, so we're going to handle that. But nevertheless, what's happening here, my point is, we're forcing residents who are the good Samaritans. I like to say I'm salt of the earth, and I do good, and I'm a righteous living person. And if I report something that I see, Or somebody calls me and their hair's on fire, there's a car, it's this, it's that. So I launch an email and I report something and there's a photograph to substantiate it. I say, you sure, get me a photograph. Otherwise, I'll just keep the pie hole shut. But when I speak what has been communicated and what I can verify, and they don't like what they hear, then I'm threatened with what you see in front of you. And they didn't have it courier delivered. They brought it onto my property trespassing and stuck it in my mailbox without postage, which, by the way, is a violation of federal law at $5,000 per letter. But, and there's also, thank God, Governor Murphy put into law this new ordinance. I think it's a new regulation. I forget the exact title, but it refers to, prohibits the SLAPP stuff. You know what the SLAPP is? The SLAPP is strategic litigation against public participation. So those of us who speak our minds under our we have the right to freedom of speech. No, you don't, because we're going to sue you if you don't shut up and apologize and recant everything you said. Well, for the record and for the camera and for this microphone, whatever I've said was truthful, was honest, and was just. And have at it. That's all I have to say.
Louise Grover, 301 20th Street. It saddens me tonight to realize the neighbors on 20th Street affected by the party houses have come to you for help in the past 9 months, and not all of our concerns have been addressed. From the start, we stated that the party houses are different than an STR on this island. We came to you to enforce the law on the commercial properties on our residential street. You seemed empathetic and concerned at one time, but then there's been a shift. We found it necessary, you found it necessary to put in blanket rules in place for any and all rentals in Brigantine, no matter how many occupants are in that property. And it's an issue that is related, but is not the same as to what we came to you for back in February.
I want to pause you for a second. Can you put laws in place that specifically target individuals or individual properties, or do they have to be created for the whole community? All right, so I want to clarify that, because
what about
you've said
party
that
house laws?
you've said that you've come to us for help, and I believe we've addressed almost every issue. So one of the major issues, and I think we need to be clear on this, is the behavior that goes on in those properties. So we're addressing that behavior. We've made it illegal to advertise or to even host or hold bachelorette parties, group gatherings, weddings, wedding receptions. So we've addressed those concerns. You've asked, and your neighborhood has asked, to define and put a number on nuisance properties. And while I respect that you wanted it to be at 3, we've defined it at 5. One of the things you've asked us is to control occupancy. The occupancy now, I believe, is 18. Is that correct? So when you talk about resort houses versus hotels and all of that, we've addressed those issues. When it came to enforcement, we made sure that our enforcement officials actually had the authority to start addressing things, because people try to play the loophole games. We've closed all those loopholes. One of the other things we did, you asked us to increase the fines. We did. We increased the fines to a maximum of $2,000 because we agreed that some of the fines were way too light. So we've addressed a lot of those concerns. When it came to parking, we are working on addressing some of those parking issues. When it came to the size of houses, that right now is before the planning board. So we're starting to look at, when it comes to bedrooms, when it comes to parking. In the last meeting, Andrea had brought up a conversation with Senator Palestina's office about the parking regulations. So one of the things I did is I actually reached out to the senator's office in order to talk with that staffer to find out what they were talking about. And I think what was communicated was a misunderstanding. Their communication wasn't that the municipality had the ability to increase the parking, but the decision doesn't rest in their office. They don't have that jurisdiction. And I think it's the RSI standards and the UCC that also set those limitations on what can be imposed from a parking point of view. But we actually have our attorney looking to that as well. So when you say that we haven't addressed your issues, we've addressed a lot of these issues.
Some, but the commercial property in a residential zone?
Yeah, it's the use. So we have made it illegal to operate that way. If people want to come in and they have a nice family that comes in and wants to stay there, that's fine. But if they're holding commercial events, this actually makes it illegal, one, to advertise and two, to hold. So when somebody comes in and says, hey, we're hosting this event, but oh, it's just an event for this, and they try, as long as we have the advertisement, we can enforce that it's a violation. If they hold the event, and I know that your neighborhood and many other people are very good at taking the pictures and documenting, but also our police have the body cams. When they're called and they come out, they can document, and this is why we're going to take this forward. So we are addressing all of those concerns, and it might not be exactly the way you envisioned it being addressed, but this is more than just your neighborhood. Your neighborhood, I would not wish that on anyone. But I will tell you, there's more to this than just that. And there are people with similar concerns, and there's a lot of people with similar fears. And this is a starting point that puts us in a great position to address all of that. Because think about this at the end of the day. If there's someone who refuses to run their property well and refuses to screen for all of these issues, they keep having the parties and all of that. Is it the 7-day minimum that helps, or is it just shutting them down completely that helps?
It's a 7-day minimum that definitely helps.
So if we shut them down completely for failure to comply with our ordinance, that doesn't make your life better?
This is the only town that has 2-day minimum.
The first shutdown is for 6 months. The next one is for 3 years.
Fine, we've been through it for over 12 years now.
But you started, so you did come to council back in
2015.
Right, but you also started coming about 8 months ago, and I respect that it's been going on for a long time. But from the moment you've come in here, we have started to assess this situation. We've started to work to address it, and we've addressed almost every single concern. And when it comes to the 7-day minimum, I'm going to tell you, it's not totally off the table. And I said this in the beginning, it's just not where we are now. And I'm not in favor of 7 days. I'm in favor of 15.
Do it.
In the off season, but we are not there yet. We are not there yet.
But Mayor, you have to understand, do you really expect us to have confidence in the patrolling and the
But
enforcement?
the problem you have is your trust in us. It is not the ordinance we passed, and I respect that. And I said this from the beginning. I don't think the city has done a good enough job. And you can hear from a lot of the short-term rental owners who came in here, they didn't even know regulations that were already in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This has been a huge education process for everyone. And we are moving forward to address all of these issues. And as I said, as things come up, we're going to make changes. There might be some stuff that's brought up that maybe we didn't intend. We'll correct that. There might be some loopholes that people figure out. We're going to correct that. I told you, 2 meetings in 20 days. That's all it takes to make a change here. But we have a good, solid foundation to address your concerns, to address the community's concerns, and to make sure that we move forward in a positive manner.
I understand. But one thing that concerns me in these 8.5 months, you have a fire department that provides rental inspections, but not once have we heard from either the fire chief or the Fire Inspector Murray. This department has 3 shifts, 24 hours. Why aren't they involved in inspecting the rentals on their downtime? Certainly, I belong to the same union as
So
you do, Mayor.
I want to ask the chief, somebody goes on an inspection, fire call, emergency call comes in, what must they do?
I'm sorry,
So your firefighters, they go off, like she said, on the firefighters' downtime while they're working. Emergency call comes in. What do they have to do in that emergency call if they're in the middle of an inspection?
They have to drop everything they do and respond to the call, EMS and fire.
And how many calls per day would you say they have?
I'd have to look up the numbers, but 10 to 12. And this is fire and EMS that we do.
I understand, but fire, how many?
Fire calls, probably half a dozen.
Okay, but I understand one time I did suggest to you to have the firefighters go out and do these inspections instead of hiring new people. And you said something about it being a union issue. I belong to the
So
same
not all of
union.
them hold the licenses, and I believe there's 3 right now that are able to do inspections, but there's also an enforcement side of it, and that's where we're having the issues with the enforcement side. So that's what we are working on. But with the inspectors, I know the inspectors go out and work, they do a good job, but a lot of this is doing the inspections for the safety, for what they need to do, but there's also an enforcement side of this that needs to be addressed, and this is where we need to step that up.
And that is that word again,
And
enforcement.
that is what this ordinance does. It gives us the tools to do the enforcement. We're also looking at the staff that we need. We're also looking at actually having people in there on weekends too.
Well, they
Like
should be.
and that was a suggestion, Mr. Koya made. And that's one of the things we're doing. And the SDS system that we're putting in place is going to streamline. And this is something that actually came from 20th Street, that it is so cumbersome to file complaints. We actually have a system that we purchased at the last council meeting that we're putting the setup that is going to make the reporting side easier and also the tracking side easier on our side as well, because everything will be put together digitally by the different properties. And it's something that everybody across all of the platforms and the different departments can see. And that was one of the things we learned in this process, is that there wasn't a good enough communication between the different pieces that are involved in this. We've fixed that. And so we're moving through that process, and that is what we're doing. So when you say we haven't addressed these, that's not true.
Well, when we call the police out and even show them photos, and then they are not proactive and they don't answer to the complaints. And what about all the complaints that were lost that we put in from 2015 to 2023?
So
They're
Kaz,
gone.
when your officers respond, how do they handle situations? Because you said your officers aren't responsive, aren't handling complaints.
Well, I would address each complaint as I would want to be more specific, that this is the day that they came out, and this is what they didn't do, and we're upset about that, and then we can address that. We have a whole system in place to,
How about when we had pictures of the people on the roof and they said that the parents said they weren't on the roof? You were misinformed, but
So
they were
when
on the
the
roof.
police, because we actually discussed this, because that was something specific. I'll turn it over to you, Kaz, but that was something we specifically discussed and you looked into.
So pictures of, like, let's say it's 14-year-olds or 12-year-olds on that roof. We talked about that roof at the last meeting, but if an officer gets shown a picture of a 12-year-old on a roof, there's no criminal charge for sitting on a roof. Is it dangerous? Absolutely. Is it something where we want to intervene and the parents can address it? Absolutely. But to say we didn't address it, we talked to the parents. We let them know what the issue was, what the complaint was, and that it was a legitimate safety concern. But there's no charge for that.
But I believe the parents also spoke with their kids who were up on the roof and addressed the situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about the noise complaints that were missing from the Oprah that was requested for 8 years? None of our names are on it, and we know. And it wasn't just me, it was many other neighbors that have said the same thing, that they know. They had called in at least 3 times in a season, other people, and there was not one with one of our names on it. Where'd they go?
You said 8 years ago?
From 2015 up to this May of 2023. They're gone. They're not there.
I mean, I've been the chief for 3.5 years. I can't talk about stuff from 8 years
Well,
ago.
what happened to the ones in the last 3.5 years?
I would have to address each one with you and to see, you say you put something in there as a complaint. Now you're bringing it up 8 years later. How do you expect me to address that?
I want to know where the complaints went.
What I would like you to do is if you have a problem, let's say on a Saturday night, and you don't appreciate the way we handled it, then come into me on Monday.
And then
or,
again,
or call me. I've never once had a phone call from you.
Oh yeah, I've been up there. We've been up there.
No, you
yeah.
have not. I am very accessible. I have a voicemail. I have a dispatch center that's there 24 hours a day. You have not come to see me. So then you always come up and bring things up like 5 months later, and you bring up the same incident over and over again. If you have a problem with the way a certain officer handled an incident, let's say on a Saturday night, this Saturday coming up, by all means, come in. We have a whole system in place. There's an IA professional standards department. Captain Woodzak will come meet with you, and there's a whole system in place. And we review the body camera, and we review everything that's been, reported of maybe possible wrongdoing or policy violations, and we'll address it then. For you
I
to
take
bring up
offense to you call me a liar.
I'm not
I have
calling
been
you.
in there,
I'm
and I
telling you-
have called you on this before.
I'm telling you the
And
problem.
then there's the other issue of a member of the city council.
Nice
with
talk. Good.
Highly unethical behavior at community events, talking about the people on 20th Street who are nuts, who asked him to be recused because he had a real estate license. And little does she
So
know
wait,
that
I
would be
wanna-
the whole,
Our
the whole
attorney actually,
council.
so we had our attorney do a review. Is there anyone on city council that should be recused or has conflicts with voting on
No,
this?
Mr. Mayor, as you know, we did a thorough investigation of this matter. We issued a memo. No one has a conflict.
I didn't say
So-
that. Let me finish
so
what he's doing.
you
He's
have- but
talking
you
in
have-
the community about us and mocking our coming up here and asking this or saying anything about it and how silly, because this thing's not going to get passed anyway. That's wrong. Andrew's being harassed. That's a form of harassment as well. And that is not very ethical or moral.
Krista Baum, 14 Ontario Drive, Unit A.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Krista Baum, 14 Ontario Drive, Unit A.
Can you spell your last
BAUM. I fall on all sides of, and I have come to the town council meetings and to meetings also with all sides trying to understand. No one is walking away this evening with a win. This new ordinance, the current laws that weren't enforced, the people that are anti-short-term rental and the people that are for short-term rental. Right now, Brigantine is losing.
How would you define a win?
That's, I was going to ask the question, but
Well, how would you define it?
not everyone is going to be able to win. But this has caused a bigger divide. So I don't think
still
any of
wanna
us,
come back to this though.
Yeah.
Like, how would you define a win? What would be a win?
everyone first would be represented.
Okay, so the months of meetings we had didn't give people an opportunity to be represented?
In the win.
The open
So
communications, the months of council
and I
meetings?
appreciate that. I have not heard small businesses represented here in the impact. And
We
I
actually
actually
met
came,
with members of the Chamber of Commerce, and you know why small businesses aren't here? They're afraid of retaliations from both sides.
correct.
So when you talk about like this community becoming divided, the divided existed. One of the things we're trying to do is mend those divides.
Correct.
One of the things I've made a purpose of is protecting the people who have been involved. Because you see the retaliation, and Andrea gave a good example of retaliation that's happening right now. But there are members of the Short-Term Rental Association who have talked with me. There are builders, there are small businesses. And we are representing a lot of different voices and input into what is being proposed here tonight.
I agree with that. And I support that. What I'm asking though, is for further consideration to be given before a vote. And I wanted to propose that possibly a mediator be brought in and have representatives from both sides.
I want to be honest, I don't know that we're going to have a mediator come in, but as I said in the beginning, we are open to ideas. If people present things that are reasonable, we will definitely consider them. But we're going to continue. And I'll be honest, my advice to council would be to vote to put something in place tonight. If there's things we need to correct, we continue to work out it. I said this in the very beginning of opening statements. This is just the beginning, but we can't keep kicking the can down the road. We are 8 months into this now. We're going to put something in place. We're not having it take effect till January 1, but that gives us some time. If there's things we need to review or things we need to look at, we can do that, but we're not going to keep kicking the can down the road.
Then why does it have to be voted if you know that there's, or is there intent, if there's an intent to make changes?
Listen, there's no perfect ordinance out there, and I think most ordinances need to be a working process. And our commitment is to continue to work at this. And I've said this from the beginning. We will continue to work at this in order to keep making it better. And that is what needs to be done on all sides.
So would you be open to completing an economic analysis and impact, looking at economic indicators of having a more than a 2-day minimum and the impact on small businesses? Is that something you would consider looking at?
I don't know that we're gonna fund studies into this.
Because I am concerned about the small businesses that are here, and I don't feel that they're, as you said, coming to speak and as a small business owner who has invested a lot of my time and my money. Because I love this town, I would really
So you think the
appreciate.
2-night minimum is going to impact your
No,
business?
I support a 2-night minimum, but you keep on mentioning 7 and 15, and I think that'll have a major impact on business owners.
And it will.
And that will trickle down to employment.
I will tell you, I know that it's going to have an impact. And that is why we're not here tonight voting on a 7 or voting on a 15 or voting on a 30. And this is something talking with small business owners. As much as people think it's the Short-Term Rental Association driving it, it's also our conversation with the small business owners. You know, and that's something we know that it's going to have an economic impact. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is the unintended economic consequences that
Correct.
come from these decisions, which is why we're starting at a level where we're putting something in place that allows us to go after the bad owners and the nuisance properties with minimal impact to anyone else. Listen, the easiest thing for me to do would be to give in to the angry mob and just give them whatever they want. But that is not what is right long-term for our community. So as much as people think that we are deaf to their voices, we're not. We have taken a lot of consideration. We have listened. This is the point where we are. And I want to share this. One of my best friends in college, he's actually an attorney now. One of the things he taught me, and I think it applies here, he taught me something about writing, because I obsess about my writing. And he says, listen, here's the beauty with writing. It's a process. It's never done. You just run out of time. Where we are today is we have put a lot of time and effort into this ordinance. Some of the stuff that was already there is still existing. We've made changes to put ourselves in a better position. But just like that writing philosophy, I recognize with certain issues in the community that it is a work in process, and we're going to keep working at this, and we need to keep working at it. And I think that's where we failed. Where we failed as a city back when these ordinances were first passed is that council passed it, patted themselves on the back, and thought it was over. That's not how this works. And I think it might have been our attorney who had said this, but one of the things about local government is about being responsive. And that is what is good. We are so close to the people. We can talk, we can listen, we can make adjustments. It's not like trying to change things on the national level. We can have so much more of an impact here. But we need to start somewhere. And we can't just keep pushing this down the road.
But in all due respect, why can't you start with the current laws that are already in place while ensuring the new regulations are
Because
the best
those
for everyone?
current laws have created so many loopholes that we weren't able to enforce things in a meaningful way. And we saw this because actually through this process, what was going on in the background is we were having our attorney and our police and our code enforcement review legally some of the different issues that came up. And what we found is while people were doing things that were not in the spirit of the law didn't actually preclude them from doing that. So there was nothing to charge them with, or we couldn't prove that the activity that they did was actually a violation of our law. So it's not that we just came up with this, that's what we've been doing in the background. That's why I said, like, I don't do things fast, I do them right. And we wanted to make sure that we did our research. So as much as people were yelling at us, we were trying to take steps behind the scenes to address this, but also to make sure that how we were addressing it was legal. From those experiences, we actually came up with some of the things that we put in here to close those loopholes so that we can enforce what needs to be enforced. And honestly, if you're a good operator, nothing's going to change. If you're a bad operator, this is going to change because you will now be accountable for what happens in your property. And that's what has to be. People have to, when they rent these properties, they have to have ownership and accountability. They have to be responsible for what's going on. And there's so many people in there that just wash their hands of what happens. That's not my problem. They collect their checks and move on. It's not going to happen anymore.
Right.
There's going to be real accountability.
Thank you. With the new laws, do you feel that it's possible, maybe I should ask not a feeling question, ask the attorney, that you're opening up the town to more risk and more cost from the taxpayers for possible lawsuits?
I'll throw that to the attorney.
Well, anyone can sue anyone for anything. We all know about the lawsuits against McDonald's, but somebody's spilling hot coffee upon themselves, lawsuits of people robbing another house and suing the homeowner because they fell while robbing the house. So anyone can sue anyone for anything. I believe that what we have put together for the council tonight, city council tonight, is defensible in court. I think we probably win on a summary motion. And as I stated before, I do not believe that really any part of this arbitrary arbitration or unconstitutional. I have to tell you, I've been doing this for over 30 years. I've written many ordinances for many shore towns and other towns as well. I've been involved in Seaside Heights, some other shore towns, Bayhead, some others. I have been, it's been challenged. I've always been successful.
So I'm going to just repeat my question again because I didn't understand the answer. Based on the current laws and the proposed ordinance, do you feel that Brigantine could possibly be sued and open themselves up to more lawsuits based on the new ordinance, which would be an increase in taxpayer money
So there's two sides to this, and I'm going to interject because I think our attorney's answer was pretty clear. But there's two sides to this. One, this has been reviewed by our attorneys. We believe that we're on solid ground, and this is something I put out there. But as he stated clearly, anybody can sue for anything. I also know that going through this process, when we've tried to revoke licenses and also talking with other municipalities, when the licenses get revoked, people aren't happy about it, they're going to try to sue. And we need to be prepared to handle that. And that is part of why, when you look at the fees and taxes, that is what that is to cover. And we are looking at this. Now, are we inviting litigation? No. But I'll tell you, with the big platforms, their model, and I actually shared this with the representatives of the Short-Term Rental Association, and such had to be open. Their whole model is to try to sue municipalities and use the millions of dollars they have behind them to back people down so they can't properly represent their community. Now, we've been trying to work with Airbnb. I'll tell you, Expedia has reached out, and we've talked with them about some of the issues that are going on in the community. They said they would help us try to address it. We want to see if that partnership exists. But I'll tell you, like in other communities, not just in New Jersey, they have taken legal action because they're hoping that their pockets are deeper than ours.
Mayor, if I could just
Yes, sir.
say one other thing. If you have a house full of party houses under the statute, there's a statute called the Animal House Statute and so forth, and the town does not put into place proper regulations, and I have seen these lawsuits over and over again, the town will get sued if somebody is injured or dies on one of these properties.
Don't we have an animal house ordinance from, I believe, 2017 or 2021 already in place?
We have some ordinances, but again, we are.
But an animal house ordinance.
I'm going to correct.
Yeah, so we have that ordinance in place now.
Excuse me, hold on. I want to correct what you're saying. This ordinance that we are amending was nicknamed the Animal House Ordinance, but what you're talking about is a legal definition. This is not a legal definition. It was a nickname given to the changes back in 2017, and I want to clarify that because there's two sides to this, and I'll turn it back to our attorney.
Yeah, and again, the mayor is absolutely correct. And what we already have in place in order to have better regulations that will decrease the chance that something occurs, whether it be to somebody renting or to, if you have these regulations in place, I would argue that it actually lessens the chance of lawsuits than it increases.
That's comforting coming from you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leslie Jesperson, 226 38th Street. I just have a couple questions regarding some definitions of some words and phrases that have been used. I haven't been able to attend these in person, but I watch online most of the time. What is the definition of commercial activity in reference to commercial activity in residential zones? How do we, I know if I Google it, but what do you guys consider commercial activity?
Commercial activity would be any activity to create income through rental, sale of items, things like that.
Okay, so my follow-up question is to that, and I heard you say earlier about they can't advertise, things like that in terms of events, right? We say events. Now, say I want to have a Tupperware party at my house. That's the intent of that is for the person to make money. How is that any different than, the same thing? How is having my child's birthday party at a friend's house and I hire a caterer? There's money exchange involved. So I'm just asking for a little clarification on how we are saying you can't have events at one person's house, but maybe a full-timer like myself can do whatever she wants at her house.
And a Tupperware party advertised could be the commercial activity that would be illegal. If you were to have a caterer come to a neighbor's house to service a party, that is a service being given to that home, much like somebody coming to paint your house.
Okay. And so if there are, say, cease and desist letters sent maybe wrongly when that is just the case, then like, how do we address that? Because
So I'm gonna pause right here. What we're referring to as litigation, I think, between homeowners and neighbors, and that is not, we're not here for free legal advice. And I also recognize that you're trying to see how you continue to operate your business. But if you have specific questions about how to do that, that might be better addressed with our, I would say, our zoning officer in order to handle that, because we're not here to give free advice.
yeah,
If there's litigation between owners and between neighbors, that is not between us, and that litigation should be handled between them.
okay, yeah, I'm not asking for free legal advice. I wanted to get your definition.
My family knocks me up for it all the time. My wife's Aunt Kathy calls me. She was had me on the phone for an hour today, so.
I promise. And I have one more question. What are the ramifications in terms of, I know that there's been advising of taking photos. So in regards to like invasion of privacy, if I'm on my private property and someone's taking photos of me.
I think that would probably be a good question for your attorney.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Paul Malfitano, 208 Washington Drive. I am also the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to come here today just to listen as a homeowner. There has been continued questioning of the Chamber of Commerce and businesses. As the board of the Chamber of Commerce, I can tell you that we have polled all of our businesses several times. We have taken in as much information as we can, as well as talking to non-members and businesses that choose to not be members of the chamber. One of the reasons we have not gone up at meetings is because there has been no consensus amongst the membership. What we have done is we have tried to bridge that gap for those that are concerned, for those that are willing to talk to mayor and council. We appreciate the meetings that you've held for chamber members to come forward. We do know that there are members that are very much in favor of changes in regulations. And we obviously acknowledge people that are against strict changes. Short-term rentals fall in an odd position when it comes to businesses. They're making money, they're doing something. Where do they fall in our world? The Chamber of Commerce has changed to include nonprofits, to include non-brick and mortars, to include all sorts of forms of business. As that's happened, we've been forced to address each issue. Recently with the Defend Brigantine group and things with the windmills. We had to look at our membership. We had to ask them what their feelings were. We had to address concerns. It's the same thing for us. I don't want to go on record of anything speaking on behalf of the chamber because again, there is no consensus statement regarding this policy. However, as an individual homeowner, as a businessman on the island, I do believe this is a step in the right direction. I have come to appreciate and love that the process isn't perfect. The process will continue to evolve, but I do believe that the doors have been open. I do believe that you have brought people out of their own situations to address things and try to take in as much as you can. It's a lot of information. Things need to move forward. So I appreciate your efforts. I do know that there are people out there that would not come before a microphone to say that, or that are not going to say that they believe in this. I truly, as somebody running a business here for over 15 years, hope to see more people on this island, as much as we can, right? It means good things for everybody in every walk of life. So we appreciate all the efforts. I appreciate all of them. Thank you very much for that. And I look forward to trying to help bridge those gaps in the future. Thank you.
Anita Koya, 305 20th. I'm sorry. I had a few questions regarding the physical inspection of resort houses, which I did get an answer to, thanks to Tiger. Excuse me. But I'm a little bit confused, so I hope you can answer these for me. You know, Mayor, that we've had a problem with the houses across the street from us because they have an over occupancy. They're 23, 24, 25 people. So my question had to do with that, on how the physical inspection was of these houses. And the response I got, and this is where it's a little bit confusing to me, that they measure the square footage of each bedroom, and that's where the occupancy load is based on that calculation. So this is how it was worded to me. Lastly, we will know potentially how many can fit into a space when the bedrooms are measured. However, they will be issued a license with their maximum occupancy to be posted in a prominent place in the rental unit. So if the occupancy level is a maximum of 18, but the house can hold 24, are they going to be allowed 24 people? Or is it still 18?
I know the answer, but I'm going to kick it over to our attorney. He's got to earn his pay tonight.
Simple country lawyer, but it stays at 18. 18 overrides.
So would it be wise to say up to a maximum of 18 on that part of the ordinance?
The maximum load, maximum occupancy, yeah, we'd say up to 18.
No, but I mean, if the house can, if they measure the bedrooms, and say it's a 6-bedroom house, and each bedroom,
18 is the ceiling. Yeah.
so it doesn't matter even if, okay, so the inspector is not going to say, well, you can have 24 people.
Could be the Hilton Hotel, it's still 18.
Okay. I just want to clarify that. The other thing, you made a comment earlier, Mayor, that, and I'm a little bit confused on this too. When you have a complaint against a house, so a house is called because it's noisy. So you call the police, there's a complaint filed, but then those renters leave and new renters come in. Does that complaint get wiped?
No, so that's, I think, a confusion in the process. Under the old regulations, the complaint went against the occupant. So when the occupant leaves, a new occupant comes in. So if there's another violation, it's against the new occupant. So it's considered a first-time violation by the law, not by Brigantine. What we're changing in this is that it's no longer just a complaint against the renter, that it now goes as a strike against the property. So this way it doesn't reset the clock. It resets the clock for each individual that comes in, but not for the property owner, because now each of those complaints count.
Okay.
So when we talked about the loopholes, and actually our chief helped us with this. When we talk about those loopholes, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at how people get around this and what we need to do to get a better handle on it.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Ann H. Phillips, 308 27th Street. Mayor Sarah has acknowledged that the short-term rental industry has operated in Brigantine for years with almost total freedom. He says that it is not the best thing for our economy and our tax base.
I don't know that I said that.
You did.
I said that it's operated unchecked. I don't know if I said it's not the best thing, but I'll have to go back and read it. I know what you're quoting. I'll go back and read it.
He thinks in order to have an effective minimum stay, you need 15 nights. I wrote this before your comments tonight. And
I still believe that.
is glad his new neighbors will not be renting their new house. But now, when the city is finally confronting this issue, he is contradicting his above opinions by supporting a law that doesn't fall short of doing the job of removing a commercial activity from a
That's
residential
where I think the
zone.
mistake is. I think people are focused on the minimum stay. What we're focused on is the behavior and the
Yeah, I
property.
know, we've been around that bar
So
before,
when
yes.
you read the ordinance, you'll see that it's illegal to advertise or even
I
host or hold
realize that,
any of
yes.
those. So that gives us the ability to address the problem. If we need to, and I said this in the beginning, and Mrs. Phillips, you hear me, I'll say this. I said in the beginning, if we need to move to a longer night stay, we can do that, but that's not where we're at right now.
No, I
Where we're at
understand.
is addressing, we want to address the behavior.
I know, we've been down this road
So,
before.
but I know,
Yes.
and you even said that if we can address that behavior, it would, because I want to quote you now. You even said, because we had this conversation, that if we can properly enforce, and we can address the behavior, that it would improve the lives of the people living on this island. So you quote me, I'll quote you.
All right. Okay. 7 days is the common minimum stay in the country. And it's a time period that is supportive of family renters and those with interest in and concern for the community, not just somebody out to make a fast buck. And this law has a 2-night minimum. The recent stay by school officials, and you brought this up, I think, at the last meeting, and used it as a basis for support for the 2-night stay. The recent stay by school officials for 2 nights is given as a reason for that time period of 2 nights. And it's been said, and I heard it, I think, at the same meeting, the Chamber of Commerce is working to encourage and advertise such 2-night stays.
Well, I want to clarify because you took part of my quote. So what they're doing is looking to drive good business to the island like that, where it was good for the economy, it was good for the short-term rentals, and there was no impact or harm to the people living around them. And I think that's something that the chamber is really working on. And that's something we want to do. How do we drive good business to the island so it doesn't provide a nuisance for the people living around them, but it helps our short-term rental owners, it helps our chamber, and it also ensures a quiet use of the property. Because I can tell you, I don't think any of those superintendents who came were throwing wild parties.
No, that's not the point.
So and was there any complaints about them being here?
No, that's not
All right,
the issue.
so they were good tenants,
The issue
right?
of somebody, in this case, hosting or advertising, hosting for such groups.
Oh, but they didn't,
Fits
so that's
a
the difference. They didn't
definition
all
of the-
stay, they didn't all stay in one property, and the event
I
itself was
know
actually
that.
held in the school. So
Yeah,
that's what I
that's
said, because one of the first things they asked about this ordinance, if it would preclude something like that. And the superintendents who came actually used the properties appropriately. They used them like a hotel. They slept there. They did what they needed to do. The actual group gatherings were one at the school, and there was a member of the community who did open their house up to them, which we are very grateful for. But I don't think it was a negative impact to the island. And I think it was a win all the way around. One of the things we talked about earlier is defining wins. I think that's a win for Brigantine.
However,
And that's the partnership that
definition-
we would like to work with the chamber, because I think that benefits everybody. How do we drive good business
Wait a
like
minute.
that here?
Let's get back to this.
I'm sorry.
It fits the definition of a resort house, something that's available for specific events to invited people. And that's what is done.
I
That's
don't know
what
that
they're
that was.
saying. If you
Well, let me
have,
ask the attorney. Having, if the school hosted an event with 65 superintendents across the country and the school itself hosted the event, but the superintendents themselves stayed in a multitude of properties across the island, not exceeding or even coming close to the occupancy, does that define a resort activity?
okay, yeah.
I was asking our attorney a question, but he's reading over there. That's okay.
Okay,
One
I
of the
have the
things-
definition of the.
Well, one of the things I want to talk about is the statement that was brought up is that having the superintendents come here for a conference is a violation of our resort house policies. Our superintendents, 65 superintendents came from across the country. The school itself hosted an event. The superintendents themselves stayed scattered across a multitude of properties across the island. There was no events, no activities, nothing that happened in those properties other than what I would say something similar to a hotel. Does that then define all of those homes or that activity as a resort house?
Now, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying,
So-
and that's going
so
to get you a
according
different
to our
answer.
attorney, but according to our attorney, that doesn't fall
No,
in.
it isn't. I'm not saying
So
it does.
maybe I'm
What
confused by your
saying-
question.
Yes, I didn't say that the
Oh, I'm
putting
sorry.
the school administrators in those different houses so constituted a resort house.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying
I
that if
misunderstood.
the chamber gets involved and advertises and sets this up for a gathering for invited guests for a specific
Oh.
function,
I don't think the
that it
chamber
fits-
advertised it. It was all actually advertised through the school, but I think the chamber partnered with the school in order to help people find lodging.
No, that wasn't.
And I would surmise that that is part of the chamber's responsibility to help support economic activity on the island. And if people need available housing, to work with the different short-term rental, because we don't have hotels.
No, I'm not saying that the school officials got involved in a resort house. That's not the
Oh.
point. What I'm trying to say, if you involve the chamber acting as a host, arranging
The
this.
chamber wasn't the host.
No, they're not the property, but they would be an organization working to do this, to find an advertising places for people to stay for 2 nights. You use the period of 2 nights as a reason for sticking with the 2-night minimum.
I said
That's
it was
the
a good
point.
example
Yes,
of how
but
a
the,
2-night minimum
if you get somebody
is a good
involved
use
in
on the
this,
island.
it could be fitting the definition of a resort house. So that's my point. And again, feeling that the 2-night minimum is not helpful to this situation. So let's be clear about that. I'm not accusing the others of having.
I misunderstood, Ms. Phillips.
No.
That's why I wanted to ask the questions and get clarification.
Okay, no. And there are other problematic parts of this law. For instance, there are some definitions I was looking over, and they could, depending on their interpretation, I think some of them need to be clarified. And this was interesting. The number of persons is capped at 18, regardless of the number of bedrooms. Now, figure that out. And that doesn't make any sense at all.
I think our attorney just
It
addressed
says
that, but I'm going to ask him
regardless
to
of the
address it
number
again.
of bedrooms, you can have 18.
I want to have our attorney address it again because he just addressed it, but I want to make sure that you're clear on
It
this.
is,
folks.
it is capped at 18. And the idea is, and this is something that we really researched and looked at, is, look, these are residential houses. If you have more than 18 people, and we looked at various numbers and things like that. If you have more than 18 people in that house, it's causing a burden upon the street and all the surrounding properties with the number of cars, the number of people moving around, and just an overall burden as to what it is. And also, if you're going over 18 people in a house, it's usually being used for something that's more than just a residential stay. It's usually something like a bachelorette party or something.
That's right. So why are you using the number 18?
So
I don't think it's an appropriate number to use. And as a matter
why
of
do you not
fact,
think it's an appropriate number?
it's too large.
It's too
It
large. You want a
gets to the
smaller number.
density problem and all the other problems that we
Well,
have.
again, as the mayor said several times, no ordinance is perfect. If we find 18 is too large a number, let's come on
Well,
back. We'll talk about it. It's something we can address down the
Yeah,
line.
I think so.
Look, at one point it was 25. We brought it down to 18. So, we're trying to find a happy medium here somewhere.
Actually-
It's a Goldilocks situation. Something's too hot, something's too cold. We're trying to get something
well.
just right.
Actually, you have that number and it's more related to the New Jersey hotel motel legislation, the number 18. Why you chose 18, it's beyond me, especially if you have maybe 3 bedrooms. But I mean, consider that. You've got this in the ordinance and it makes no sense. You can have 18 regardless of the number of bedrooms you have there.
Okay, look,
Oh,
there
it's
is a
something to think
I
about.
did give you the rational basis for it. If we find that if folks, if you're all talking, no one can hear. If you find that 18 is too large a number or too small a number, then let's come on back. We'll talk about it. If a decision is made that it is too large, too small, we can adjust.
Okay, all right. Now, you mentioned Ventnor tonight as having a fact that they have a requirement that the person who is handling problems needs to live in the town. You have it expanded that territory to be Atlantic County.
So
That's
in the
another thing to
ordinance, it
consider.
was Atlantic County. I will tell you, I do think, me personally, and I'm not speaking for council, I do think it should be someone in the city of Brigantine. At the advice of our attorney, he said, listen, you have this in the ordinance, start here. It's something we can tighten up if we need to. But I think, as we said, we're trying to start at the minimum impact point. We wanted to make sure that people had more options than just people in Brigantine to manage those properties, especially for people living out of state. We wanted to make sure they had those. But I will tell you, I'm very close communications with the mayor of Ventnor. He
Yes.
said it has made a very big impact.
Yes, I've heard.
It's something that we are looking at, and it is not off the table. It's just not where we are tonight.
Okay,
And your
well,
5 minutes are up.
if I might raise a point of contention here, you've had many people stand up here and who have been heard for longer than 5 minutes.
I say it every time.
Yeah, I think there was only one, but only because I'll
Well, it
admit,
certainly
we were a
seemed
little back
longer.
and forth, but I gave her that time because I don't know that she got to get all her points out.
Okay,
Ms.
and
Phillips, like,
parking, all right,
You did
parking.
stop
is-
the clock every time, Ms. Phillips. Every time Ms. Phillips was
No,
interrupted.
I
you
don't,
stopped the
I
clock.
don't want any exceptions. I'll
All
try
right,
to make
if you
this
could-
brief.
if you could
Parking is still
summarize.
a problem, and there are no solutions in this law. It's as dense.
We do have a regulation for people for one space.
Yes, but you talk about see what's available off street, on street. On street is open to everybody. And this doesn't have any solutions for parking. And you're putting 18 people in a house. There will be several cars.
But I
And
think
you're
the
still
occupancy
confronting
in
the
the
same
house-
problem.
So I think the occupancy in the house though would have to support that. Like if it was, so their standards not set by Brigantine, but I think they're set by the state.
All right.
And it has to do with square footage. So the smaller the home is, it automatically limits the occupancy. So I think you're mixing the two things together. We said, no matter how large the home is, the occupancy is capped at 18. But as the homes get smaller, it actually has to do with the square footage of the bedrooms that determines the occupancy. So if their homes are smaller, then they would have a lower occupancy. It doesn't mean they get to add more people just because there's a maximum. That's why it says up to 18, not you can have 18.
Yes, but the parking problem remains. It's a
Thank you, Mrs.
problem on a
Phillips.
small island. So, okay, just quickly.
If you could summarize though, please.
Okay. Opening up this issue at last has revealed many other problems, which I think are becoming, you recognize, and a need for change, such as the record of planning board decisions, the variances granted.
Excuse me.
I'll,
For Lynn's sake, I'm gonna say,
I'll go.
because she has made it a point, and it's her job to say when it's 5 minutes are up. So I respect what you have to say. and
No, I
don't know
understand.
why I'm in the position that I have to say it. I'm saying it for Lynn. 5 minutes is more or less 5 minutes.
Okay, I ask that you vote no on this. Council can and must do better. It's a start, but start with something that is, I think, a little better product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, as far as the one gentleman who spoke twice, one was in the beginning of the meeting, and one was at the public hearing. It wasn't both. So.
Bob Gordon, 2000 Ocean
Not
Avenue.
my call.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about
Touch me.
It's like your time's up.
Makes me feel good. I'm happy. I'll be here tomorrow morning though. I'm looking over the ordinance. I believe what you've done is created a total motel house in Brigantine. Any house could be a motel.
Wait, how so?
Any house.
How?
Well, you've made it now where you can rent a house out for 2 days. And 2 days divided by 100 will be 180 days, a year. So every home in this island can rent their house for 2 days, 180 days. You know, they've made it, and they've changed the zoning indirectly. They've changed the zoning. They made an area where I live, all of a sudden, it's going to be a commercial area.
It's not making it a commercial area. And here's what I want to get at. When you talk about the uses of those properties, what we've done is those uses that are creating issues in your community, we've set it up that we now can enforce that that can't happen. And that's what I want to say. People are fixated on number of days. What we need to be focused on is use. If people are, and you know it, if people are throwing bachelorette parties, holding wedding receptions, holding for-profit events, we've made all of that illegal. And we hit it in 2 ways. 1, if you advertise it, that's a strike against you. 2, if you host that's a strike against you. We are addressing the very behavior that is causing the problem in your neighborhood. And that's what this ordinance does. We looked at the loopholes that were in place before and why we were having a hard time enforcing things. We've closed those loopholes. So what we're trying to do is that commercial use, we're putting an end to. We've made it illegal. And you see that in the ordinance, that all those things that create problems for you and some of the other neighborhoods, no longer permissible as of January 1.
You also address the fact that the fact about tour buses coming down the street. We had a tour bus at 2:00 in the morning. Where'd that tour bus come from? Mexico? It come from New York? I didn't know, and no one knew.
So those large group gatherings in a specific home, we've now addressed in that ordinance. So like you're talking about the tour bus coming down your neighborhood, when you have those large group gatherings in a single home, we're addressing that. We're doing everything in our power to address the very issues that you're concerned about. But really what the issue comes down to is trust. It comes down to trust that, and I respect this, that you and some other people don't feel that we're going to properly enforce this. We are. We are committed to enforcing this. And that's what we're doing. But also, and I'll stand here and say this to everybody, there's got to be a balance. We can't take what's happening in your neighborhood and happening in some of the other neighborhoods and say that that is the entire island, although that is the fear. But there are a number of these properties that are operating the way they are in your neighborhood, and we need to be able to address those. And that's where the trust comes from the Short-Term Rental Association, because when they look at the ordinances we passed, they're scared to death that they're going to get shut down. They're going to be unfairly hurt by this. That is not our goal. Our goal is to find a meaningful way to address the problems without harming people. And that is what we're doing. Like the 5 strike rule. They hold 5 events, they hold 5 violations, they're shut down for 6 months. How much better is your life going to be if there's no parties for 6 months? If they continue after that, we shut them down for 3 years. How much better is the quality of life in your neighborhood going to be? Shut down for 3 years. So we are taking steps. And that's what we have to look at, not just one piece of this, but the ordinance as a whole. And that's what all of our professionals, our police, our firefighters, our attorney, our city manager, Paul Lettieri, Dennis Haney, myself, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some people and they're going to be mad. But that is what we have all done. We've taken the concerns and crafted something that puts us in a legal position to fix those problems. And we are committed that where there's loopholes, where there's problems, where there's issues, to come right back here and correct those for both sides. And that is what responsible government does.
This law has already been circumvented. They already have gone to smaller buses. So they beat us already at our
So
own game.
the law hasn't been implemented yet.
No, but
it hasn't been voted on. But think about this. It hasn't been voted on and it takes effect January 1. So when you say the law has already been circumvented, you can't circumvent something that's not in place. We are addressing those. I don't want you to have tour buses coming down your street. I don't want that for you. We're addressing that, but it's a little bit of a leap of faith here. Look, you know me, if I had something to say, I'd say it. And I think you know that about me because we've had some good conversations.
That's what I appreciate about you.
You said that I was a man of morals and integrity, and I respect that about you. So I'm not out here to take advantage of anyone. And I learned something as probably one of the most valuable lessons I ever learned from my wife. Just because you can win doesn't mean you should. My wife is probably one of the greatest things that ever happened to me because she has humbled me and taught me to see things beyond myself, to look at things from different angles, to not always worry about being right, but focus on doing right. And that is what this council is trying to do. We're trying to look at this situation, and it is very divided. We don't want it to be divided. We don't want this community to be contentious. We have one of the most outstanding communities in the world. But how some of these properties are being used is creating a lot of bad feelings. And we are working to address that. But it takes trust and a leap of faith. Give us an opportunity to fully implement this and start to address the issues. And I can tell you, and I know the people of your neighborhood, and I told you, and I addressed this. Council did this back in 2017, pounded themselves on the back, and that was it. That's not how this is supposed to work. I'm going to put it on me. I've learned from that. Who I was back then, my understanding of government, is not who I am today. I have grown. And a lot of it has to do with good people like yourself and the conversations we've had that have helped me to see things in a better light. And it's not just you, it's everyone in this community. So if you think that some way, shape, or form, I want to see you or anyone else in this community harmed, it's not who I am. But you know, I will always stand up and fight for what I believe in.
I don't believe there's one person on council who wants to see anyone in the city harmed. And I believe that strongly. The other thing is, I like Barbara's idea about going to Bruno or Langella. Those days, we can't have anymore, but they were good days. With that, I'd like to say goodnight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Sorry as well.
Donna DeCiro, 4220 Atlantic Brigantine Boulevard. I've been coming here since February. First off, I recommend that everybody who got up, who spoke, who hadn't been here, should be coming here because it's the only way that you know what's going on. I've been coming here since February, specifically about the party houses. I apologize to the STRs who didn't know anything about this till July, and that's a shame. They should have known about it way back then, so that they knew what was going on. And so I understand them feeling like it's going to be pushed through without them having as much input. I feel like we had a lot of input. The only thing I'm worried about, and you can appreciate this, is for 9 months we've been coming here and you've been saying, I want to get it right. I want to do it right. But tonight you're saying, well, let's start at 2 days rental and we can change it. But you weren't willing to change the original ordinance or enforce the original ordinance.
It's not that we weren't willing, and this is what needs to be corrected. And I said this earlier when we went through this process. There was a lot of loopholes that prevented us from proper enforcement. We are working to close those loopholes because realize if we enforce something, no matter what our intentions are, and our attorney addressed this earlier, one of the things our attorney said is that if we don't have proper regulations in place and we try to enforce something on improper regulations, the city does get sued because we are liable. So a lot of the complaints that came through, we actually started to address. We started to look at how we did this. We had our attorneys send letters. We addressed this through the police. We looked at what the problems were so we could craft something that put us on better solid ground to do the enforcement. And one of the things, and I've said this from the beginning, we have something that I believe is very solid that will improve the lives of everyone. But I'm also committed, and I know that this council is committed to continue to make changes. And we learned this with some of the beach issues. You know, we had issues, especially on the Cove Beach. And as we would put regulations in place, people would figure out loopholes. And working with our police department, we were able to close those loopholes, put together a plan in place that has really gotten things under control out on that Cove Beach, especially too, and our public works are heroes. When it comes to like the trash and what goes on, especially like 4th of July between the police and our public works, our beaches are amazing. Even to the point where the Atlantic City Press did an editorial about how Brigantine got it right. You know, and that's something we had to keep working through. And that's where
and
we
I've
are
heard
with
everything you've said.
this.
The only thing that I'm hoping is that you can appreciate when it took 9 months to get to this point, that we're concerned if you say this is a good starting point, that it'll take another 9 months to get to the next
Well,
resolution.
enforcement has already started. It will not take 9
and I
months.
do have to say, I've sat here and I've heard the police department be very combative. So that also makes people afraid to call.
Well, I think, and I want to address that on behalf of the chief. I think sometimes that there's vague issues that are brought up. And I think the chief is trying to say we need to address specific things. And I respect that. You know, things that happened before he was chief, I don't know that he
I
would
appreciate
know.
that. I know he's not responsible.
But what it all comes back to is this idea of trust. It does come back to trust. And you hear that we passed something, but it's going to take us 9 months. And well, these regulations go into effect January 1. Enforcement under the old regulations has already started. We've put the programs in place. We've purchased them. We've buy them. Like the e-ticket program, our code enforcement officer is already using it. We're already issuing tickets. because we want to get people's attention and we want to issue the tickets under the lower funds, under the lower regulations. Because as many people who have come here to engage in these discussions, there's a lot of people in our community that have no idea it's going on. And you talk, for you, this is immediate because you live it. For a lot of the short-term rental people that are here, they didn't know this was going on until we started putting it out on social media, putting it in the newspaper, advertising it, getting emails out to people until they started communicating about the issue. And that's, so you talk about this, but that's how it is with a lot of things. There's a lot of things that go on in the community that we do everything we can to communicate that people just don't know. You know, and that's where we talk about, Ms. Phillips talks about this idea of transparency, which I try to put something in the newspaper every month. I have an email newsletter that I send out. Try to go on talk radio, try to get stuff to the Atlantic City Press. We try to get this out as much as possible. We do everything we can to communicate it, and there's still people who don't know, and we keep trying. And that's what we're gonna do.
But if they don't know, then they shouldn't be holding you accountable and everybody else who keeps themselves informed accountable.
That's
You
not
can't
how
say,
the
"I didn't know,
system
so don't
works.
find me."
There's
not
people
right.
who, I'll be honest, there's people who didn't know we were repaving Brigantine Avenue.
Well, it wasn't affecting them except that they got traffic jams. But
Right.
I'm just saying, you can't say I didn't know, so you can't find me. And that seems to be what's coming out is,
But
all these people
unfortunately,
didn't know.
for all the short-term rental people, they didn't know. And we wanted to make sure that they were included. There was a lot of people in the community that when we first started to put this out there who actually came, just normal community members that were like, thank God you're doing this. We had a problem and didn't know where to go. And I want you to think about this. They had a problem and never thought to contact us.
Well,
They don't want to contact the police
but that
because they're like,
also
the
says
police are
something
so.
about what the previous administration,
But
the
I
police,
think,
the firemen, the inspectors, all that stuff. It says a lot about it.
I don't think
If
it
people
says-
didn't know where to go.
So I can't speak about previous administrations, but I think there's a lot of good people who feel that they just have to deal with things. And that's not how it should be. Or sometimes people feel that government's not approachable. I try to be as approachable as possible. I try to listen to people and I try to make good decisions. And that is what we're doing. And I said this from the beginning. For me personally, I don't do things fast, I do them right. I think that this ordinance is where we are today. And I know, and I'm being honest with people, there's going to be things that come back, like the decal issue that was brought up. That was something that already existed. When the representative from the short-term rental brought that up, I agree. All you're doing is labeling a home, saying, hey, this is a home to break into. All right, let's correct that. Right? And that's, as people figure out loopholes, we're going to be right here. Let's correct it.
If
But we're
that's
not
the
looking to
case,
drag
this
it
will be
out.
successful.
And that's
how I
what we're
feel
trying to
about
do. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Koya, 305 20th Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I had lots of things to talk about, but a lot of the issues were discussed this evening, so I'll spare you. We started back in March, and I didn't know a lot of what was going on, but I think the fact that the group, our group, had 3 issues: occupancy, 2 night stays, and parking. I just want to clarify the occupancy, which has been discussed a couple times in many meetings. The occupancy in Brigantine was never over 18. It was only, there were people violating the 18.
Well, I want to ask our attorney and our city manager that question. So let's clarify that though. So was the occupancy only ever capped at 18?
No, the occupancy was allowed to 24 if the property met the Uniform Construction Code requirements. It was allowed to 24. That was in the old code.
Yeah, but there was an ordinance, the resort home ordinance, which
So-
said over 18 was a commercial spot. So
Technically, there are no resort houses in the city of Brigantine by definition.
Okay, well, on our street, we've got somebody who's repetitively renting at 25 and 24. That said, he's renting all the way through at least midsummer. So how does this affect, how do those laws, how does this new regulation of 18 affect what's going to happen?
So
in the
I
spring
think
season, in
that
the
comes
summer?
up with when they come in, the license comes due every year. So when the new license comes in place, they'll only be allowed 18.
Okay, so
And they can also lose their license as well.
So let me just understand, because we've dealt with this many times. It's been a conversation we've had at many, many meetings almost every. So I'm the police officer now on 20th Street, and I have full view to both of those homes. And if I see more than 18 people, I call, and that becomes, if there's 19 or 20 people, he's in violation.
Yeah, correct. As long as he,
Okay, but if I go online on the third week of January and I see that he's got people coming in and it's 25 or 26 people, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to manage this process effectively, because it's been a chronic problem that hadn't been addressed. And that one house has a.
He would file a complaint, it would be followed up on, if he's found to be in violation, violation would be.
Okay,
Right, or if they're advertising, Jim, if they're advertising over 18, I mean, it's stated and it delineates with the resort house like we brought up.
I understand that, but 18 becomes 20 very fast. So.
Hey, Jim, can I just, let's talk about the actual definition of the resort.
Sure.
Okay. Per city ordinance. A residentially styled structure that is used, maintained, marketed, promoted, and or advertised as a destination location available for rent, lease, sublease, or for gathering of invited guests for functions, special events, including but not limited to weddings, retreats, family reunions, etc. It's a commercial use appropriate only in areas zoned for hotel, motel use, and never has been permitted as legal use under existing ordinance standards. It is a commercial use and is not a traditional single-family residence, and requires more off-street parking in order to accommodate the number of guests. Traditional seasonal rentals as defined in the chapter for bed and breakfast establishments licensed by the city and intended to accommodate not more than 18 persons shall not be considered resort houses.
Correct. And we brought that to this committee.
Right, but it gets.
We
thrown
brought it,
out.
so I
gets
clearly
thrown
know what
out
the
like
definition
these
is.
Places, places on 20th Street, we fully agree. And we take it very, very serious
I'm not
what's been
questioning
going
that.
on.
I'm not questioning this at all.
But it gets thrown out there like this house is a resort house, that house is a resort house.
I'm not referring
By
to any other
definition.
houses than the ones across the street. And the two that were up on the 400 block, which combined the 18
So
and made it
let me
36.
just, so
And
those
mo- and
specific
let me
houses
just-
though.
And let me finish.
So I'm going to go back to what Tiger said earlier, because we had our attorneys look into this, and either one of you can answer this. By the definition of the law, do any resort houses exist in Brigantine? By definition of the
No,
law?
they do not. No, I'm sorry, they do not.
So I'm telling you, this is how so what they're describing, is that what the definition is for a resort house? What they're describing and what it seems to me, and I'm going to come back to this, and this is where we talk about the loopholes, right? So understand, Jim, I understand your frustration. That's okay. So what I want you to start to think about, and I'm going to come back to this, the behavior in the property is what's causing the problem. So and I'm going to come back to this. So what we are doing is passing regulations that give us the ability to address the behavior. So as I said, it's not about one specific aspect. It's about using all of these tools together to address this. That's what we're trying to do.
And I read the 20 pages. I think it's a lot of work that's been put into it. I understand that 1000%. My point is that if currently these houses are marketing and advertising for 2024 at the resort level that says the two across the street, he markets, he says, look, I have two of them if you want to have.
So
let me
we
finish.
actually made it illegal to advertise properties in
In
conjunction.
2024, but if you go online, it's still
So-
marketing it that way.
So when it comes to the license, I'm going to turn it back to our attorney. When it comes to the license, how is that addressed?
It's addressed, the license requires the limitation on 18, right? Come in, if there's a violation of that, the license is then revoked. So
Does any individual that has a house that operates this way know now that this is coming? Because
yes,
I can
because they're
pull,
gonna have to register their property.
okay, because I could pull and print all that's coming and bring it to you that will support the fact that 24 and 26 people are in those homes in the spring season, when in fact they were rented June and July or whenever.
If this ordinance is approved tonight,
Yes.
it'll go into effect, in a period of time. If it does go into effect, everyone is going to.
Retroactive 2024, January 1st. It's all of that will be effective January 1st, 2024.
Right.
Without any question.
Well, again.
So I think he's asking if they've already rented it, are they grandfathered in?
What happens is we went online, look, he's got it rented in the last time we looked at it, 2 weeks ago. He's marketing it as family gatherings. Sure. And what I'm saying is, how does that, if you're going to put this in place, you want us to believe, of course, these guidelines and principles, et cetera, which we agree on. I'm not getting that. I'm just not making, dots aren't
If
connecting.
this ordinance is passed,
Yes.
he's going to have to register the property.
Yes.
Registers the property.
Yes.
He has to be able to get a permit. And through that permitting process, he will have to bring the property in line. So he can advertise it all he wants. I mean, I can advertise the property for the next 15 years. But once the law is in effect, the law supersedes.
Got it. So his expectation is that he'll have to tell all these people that they're not coming at them. Perfect. Okay. The next question I have, and this is the one I brought up before. Look, I think Ann brought it up. It's been brought up over and over again. Good luck with 2 nights. And I think we started with 2 nights and we were looking for 7 and you had said 15 more than one time. And I know that that's what you believe. You've said it multiple
I've
times.
said it multiple times.
2 nights is really tough. And I'm not going to go down that path. It's been discussed. Parking issue, again, 16 people in a house, it's 4 cars. How do we police that? And I'd love to have a separate conversation about how that's going to be policed. And if you are measuring bedrooms and you could put 2 bunk beds in each bedroom, and there's a 4-bedroom house, do the math. It's 12.
So this is set by, I believe, state standards, but it is a formula that's based on the square footage.
The square footage is this way,
The square
and bunk beds
footage.
go this way.
So I don't know that they measure it cubically. I know, so, but I think the real issue that we're coming back to, and I want to ask this question. You said we put a lot of thought on this. Do you think that this ordinance is going to have any impact on improving quality of life in your neighborhood?
No question. It will
All right,
not
do you think?
Until I see it.
All right, so,
Because there's habits that existed.
but
and people
let's
were
go back
violating
to this though.
ordinances
So I want to go back to
regardless.
this though. I want to go back to this, right? You're coming up with all of the hypotheticals of why it's going to go wrong. I want to come back to this. If we're able to properly enforce this, will it have a positive impact on your neighborhood?
On all neighborhoods.
So you agree that this will have a positive impact if we can properly enforce it?
If we can properly enforce it, but I don't believe that
But
2
if we
nights
can
is going
properly
to make a
enforce this.
difference.
So, and I respect that you don't believe that the 2 nights are going to make a difference. But do you believe if we can prohibit the behavior that is causing the problem and really get to the root of this, don't you think that that is what is going to improve things?
I absolutely believe it when I see it.
So it comes back to this, and I want to say this. It comes down to this issue of trust. You don't
Yes.
trust that we're going to do this. And then let's talk about that then.
Right.
I respect that you don't trust that we're going to do this. And I respect that, Jim, 100%. And I've said this many times. I believe the people in your neighborhood have reason for that. Where we are tonight puts us in a position to address those issues. And Jim, if we can't get this under control here, we are fully prepared to come back and change it. But we need a starting point. And this is that starting point. And the one thing I'm asking you and asking everybody here, give us an opportunity to prove that we can get this under control.
And I'm there, Vince. from
Thank you. I
that
appreciate
perspective.
that.
I'm
That means a
there.
lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I appreciate everybody's time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, George Grober, 301 20th Street. Question for our illustrious lawyer.
Address the council.
For the lawyer, if he can give an answer. If there's a residence that has a violation that's been in effect for a year and has been brought to the councils many times, and yet to this day, the council has ignored enforcing the law and finding this individual for not doing it, does the taxpayers have a right to sue the council because
So
you're not
actually, what
enforcing
I
laws
would
that are
like to
broken?
do is,
Excuse me, let me finish first.
Mr. Grover, I believe that, might have been the last council meeting that our city manager asked to speak with you about the specific issue. And I think that you left after the meeting. And I believe that our manager actually asked for you to talk about that issue with him so he could address it. So I'm going to ask our city manager if Mr. Grover has actually talked with you, communicated with you what the specific issue is and what action the city's taken.
No, I have not spoken with him since the last meeting. Or even after the last meeting, I didn't speak to him at all.
Right. So one of the things that we're saying is we're willing to help. But I was here and when the manager asked for you to talk with him at the end of the meeting, you actually walked out the door. And my understanding from our conversations, because I've asked, I want to make sure that the issue is handled, that you haven't talked to him. So is it possible maybe you can talk with him tonight or you can reach out to the manager tomorrow to give the city an opportunity to address the situation?
Oh, I'll be happy to do that. It's unfortunate that this was addressed with you.
So
for 9
understand,
months,
but
and you had that information. You
I
could
don't
have
know that
passed it
it's,
on to your,
this
because
hasn't
you
been
knew it was
addressed
in
for
effect.
9 months. You brought this up, I believe, at the last meeting. We asked you to talk with the city manager because the city manager is willing to do this. And understand, when it comes to day-to-day operations, that is the job and the responsibility of the city manager. None of us up here run day-to-day operations. That is his job and his responsibility. So what we want to do is connect you with the person who can best help you. But part of that process is you actually need to communicate with him so he can help you. There's been a number of people that have come to this meeting that have had issues. We've had the city manager address it, and I'll tell you, one of the best city managers we've ever had. He addresses things, he's responsive, he's on top of it, good communication. Hands down, I think I'm on my 4th or 5th outstanding #1 city manager. And I know if there's an issue here, he's puffing his chest. If there's an issue, he's going to address it. But he's going to address that issue. And I ask that you give him a fair opportunity to do so. So yelling at us at the council meeting, I understand that makes you feel better about being frustrated, but the real person who's going to address that issue is sitting right there. And I know for a fact that he's willing to help you because I keep asking him if you've reached out. So are you willing to connect with our city manager so he can help address your issue?
Sure, I tried to stop
So
with him today.
do you
but he
want
was
to
in a
talk with
meeting.
him tonight? Do you want to set up a meeting?
Yeah,
What would
we'd
be the
love
best time,
Yeah, we can
best
do
way to do that?
We can do that.
All right, so Tiger, are you okay? I feel like a marriage counselor.
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I know you did stop by today. I was tied up. I was in a meeting, but if you want to stop in tomorrow or give my office a call or an email or what, we will link up. I'd like to chat with you.
Absolutely. That's all about service.
Right. The other thing is enforcing, once again, parking violations. 3 months ago, we had that discussion and the police chief guaranteed that when there's illegal parking, where there's no parking on a certain block, that tickets will be issued. Yet
So I'm
3
going to
days-
turn that,
Yet 3 days later, it happened on that 400 block, and the arrogance of the sergeant said, "I'm doing it my way."
so I'm
And I
going
said,
to
even though I
refer that
reminded
back
him that
to
the
our,
chief had said in front of everyone,
I
it's
don't
on
think that's
record,
what the chief said, but I want the chief to
chief
speak
said
for
that
himself
tickets will
because
be
we've
issued
had
to
this
that property.
conversation a number of times.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have the chiefs address it because he has actually been very clear on his response every time you've brought this issue up. So I'm going to ask the chief to address it.
It's already been addressed, Mayor. Once again, he's bringing up something again. I sat here at this microphone and we talked about this very issue at length. And it's not fair to the people that are sitting here that don't want to listen. It's already been addressed.
If you would ask any people that were here
So I
that
want to
night,
be
they will
clear.
say
So
the same
Chief-
thing that he
So
did
Chief,
say
when
that.
you were sitting here, did you specifically say that officers will 100% write tickets?
Never would ever.
No.
They have discretion.
Absolutely, the officers
I've
have
already
discretion.
went over this. They have discretion. I would never say that 100% of the tickets are going to be written. That's like me saying 100% of the speeders are going to get tickets as they come into the island. They have discretion. It's been since the turn of the century they've had it. Since police have been created, they have discretion. So we already went through this on the microphone. I already addressed you personally, and you're bringing it up again.
Well, personally speaking, I never heard you say that either. Chief.
It would never exit my mouth. And he told the sergeant,
I believe you.
that I promised every ticket was going to be written, and we've already addressed it. I'm not going to waste people's time with it.
And I will tell you too, that I've seen the enforcement, I've seen our police officers step up enforcement on the island. And I know they will continue to step up enforcement and do their job. But I'll tell you, when it comes down to the end of the day, I trust the discretion of our police officers because they are the ones who are there in the moment and they make the decision that is best. And I trust that decision. If there's an issue and you have an issue with how police officers are acting, there is a process and you can file a formal complaint. So are you at the point of filing a formal complaint?
I think I'm going to the next time because it's ironically, it's on 400 block of 20th Street, and yet nothing's being done except now that you're going to finally do something about having a resort on that block. But this also involves, illegal parking on there, yet someone that got a handicap license plate got a ticket on that block, and it's the only ticket that's been issued on the 200 block.
I don't know.
That's completely false.
Well, we've
There-
checked it
we've-
out.
Once again, we've talked about the tickets that have been written. They're documented. If you took the time to come to talk to me, I could show you those documented cases. We talked about it. We talked about, and I guess I'm gonna have to talk about it again. We talked about, I'm not gonna talk about it if everyone's gonna talk.
That's good though.
I can't hear myself talk.
So
I don't want you to be talked over either. Well, there's nothing but talking in the back. It's like little kids.
So really, and I'm going to come back to the issue.
No, Mayor, let me finish.
All right, go ahead, Chief.
So we talked about the tickets that were written. So once again, you're up here saying that no tickets were ever written. That's completely false. We talked about the Vietnam veteran that was unfortunately written, and that happens. But I regret that happened. That guy was like a 50-year resident that got written a ticket, and that's the stuff we try to avoid.
I think he
In fact, he was here. He was actually here. So you're bringing it up. That was like 7 months ago that you brought that up the first time. Now you're bringing it up again. And once again, I have to interject because what you're saying is false and I don't appreciate it. Tickets were written in that area. And I've said time and time again, are they going to be written 100% of the time? No, they're not. The officer has discretion. Just like the officer that you berated that night, who was a sergeant, explained to you that he doesn't have to write every ticket every time. The one complaint was the cleaning service. I'm sorry, we're not writing the cleaning service. They have to lug in tons of stuff. And the big violation was a cleaning van. And they have to lug in all the vacuum cleaners. I want them to clean I think we all want them to clean these houses out for health reasons. And the big violation was a cleaning van. So they used discretion on that one, and they didn't write and they were very mad that we didn't write the cleaning lady. Sorry, we didn't. They have discretion. But to sit up there and say we never wrote tickets since 8 months ago when you first brought this up, it's false. I can show you in the computer we wrote tickets.
I can bring pictures and show you in the phone calls that we made, and yet no tickets were issued.
So I will tell you that if you have a formal complaint, then you should file a formal, you have internal affairs. If you want to file a formal complaint.
It was said
that you
earlier in the
believe-
meeting, and I wouldn't call it, there's internal
have an
affairs,
IA
but
officer,
this is
yeah.
more of Office of Professional Standards. And
Right.
by all means, if there's something that they didn't like, whatever call it may be, or whatever weekend it may be, yeah, absolutely, they can come in and.
But
and-
that's
and it'll be
probably the
addressed.
proper place to address it is through that process. And I will tell you that this comes down to the fact that it's a trust issue. We are doing all we can to help the community. Whether you want to believe it or not, that is your choice. We're doing everything in our power. And I know for a fact that the police have stepped up patrols. I also trust their discretion. They are the professionals in the moment. And I have a lot of faith in our police department. I stand by them 100%. If there's an issue or a problem and you want to file a formal complaint, they have a process for that too. And I would suggest that you do that. But coming in here and yelling at us and yelling at the chief, that doesn't fix it. If there's an issue, file a formal complaint. And let's handle it that way.
It's more frustration over all these months, seeing this and calling the police, taking pictures, supplying them to the officers. I even stand there and wait for them to show up, show them the pictures, show them the cars that are there. So it is a frustrating thing that you don't see anything response, especially when we talk to other people in other towns and how they get tickets for illegal parking.
And the
Especially
police-
Ocean City and Avalon, they are really tough. They don't think twice about it. There's going to be a ticket. They don't go searching people out and tell them to move their cars. They just give them a ticket. And that's really almost lost revenue for the city that you would be entitled to if you did it that way.
I understand.
But that's okay. I mean,
But it's also about community policing, especially in this day and age with how hard police officers have it. And I'll stand by them 100%. Probably one of the hardest professions right now is to be a police officer. And one of the things our police do a good job of is community policing. developing relationships, handling issues. Because really the issue if somebody's illegally parked, the issue is that they're illegally parked and it needs to be corrected. So if they're able to correct it by addressing it directly with the person and they come into compliance, they've handled the issue. If it escalates or they can't handle it that way, they're able to write the ticket. But really what it is you got to come down to the heart of the issue. Your frustration says you want a pound of flesh. As a good community leader, I want our police to be good community partners. I want them to handle issues. It's not always about punishment. It is about correcting the behavior. And that's where we're at. Is there times when they need to write tickets? Yeah. Are they going to write that ticket? Yeah. Are there times they need to show discretion? Are there times they need to knock on the door and say, look, your car's illegally parked. Can you take care of it? I support that 100%. Because they are addressing the illegal parking, just not in the way you want it addressed.
I respect what you're saying, Mayor. The problem is this has just been a growing frustration with the police and with the city going in this direction. Because like after all the years we would call in for disputes of noise and what going on, and then told that we had to go down to this police station on Monday to file a complaint when it's already a legal complaint by making the phone call because it's recorded there. So it's like we were made a bunch of idiots by the city telling us to go down there on
So I
Monday.
don't know that the city was trying to make anybody idiots, but as you have to understand the process when it goes to court.
It's on record.
So when it goes to court, we need, it's got to be real people filing the complaints. We've also, because of kind of your complaints about having to come down here on a Monday, we have this SDS program that we're putting in place. When it comes to code enforcement and other violations like that, you'll be able to do it digitally. When it comes to real police issues, you should still call the police. We're attacking this and handling this from many different angles. And this is what I've said. People latch on to one thing as if it's the only way we're addressing this. This is a multi-pronged approach to address the real nuisance and problem properties. And that's what we're trying to do. So all of the things that you and your neighbors and people in the community have told us, we are trying to encapsulate that into what we're doing here tonight in order to address it. And that's what we're doing. So when you call the police come out and respond, but they have the discretion to handle situations how they see fit. And I will always defer to their judgment. If there's an issue and problem, I know that the chief will do everything in his power to hold those officers accountable. We have an outstanding system. Your frustration, I respect. I would not wish this. I've said this so many times. What you and your neighbors have been living through, I would not wish this on anybody. We are at a point where we can make a meaningful difference, and we're going to make that difference. And I want to tell you, we're going to make some changes. And I know everybody wants this perfect thing. This is a process. We're at a point where we know we can make a difference, where we're ready to put this up for a vote. There's going to be some things that come up and some loopholes and some issues. We're going to make those corrections because that is what good responsive government does. So your frustration, while it's respected, we want to do all we can to alleviate that. But it's not going to be a wave of magic wand and it go away. And for the issue, whatever that issue is that you have, trust me, talk with our city manager. He's going to take care of it. He's going to make sure that things are done right by you. And I would say the number one reason why I wanted, when we went through this process, probably number one reason why we hired our city manager, he is honorable. He is a man who believes in doing right. It's not about getting ahead. It's not about winning. It's about doing the right thing. And that is exactly the kind of people that I want to be surrounded with. So when he tells me that he's going to help you, there is no doubt in my mind that he will do everything in his power to make sure that your issue is resolved. I have faith in him. I never worry. And that is why he is sitting in the position he's in. You know, and that is what all of us want from council. All of us want that. And I see that in so many of our employees. Some of the issues you brought up, we looked at what was lagging and what was missing, and we filled those holes. We gave them the tools, the resources, the funding. Whatever it takes, we are committed to making this work, right? So now here we are, and we're going to continue to work at it. And if there's problems, please come in and continue to tell us what the problems are, continue to educate us, continue to support us in the right direction, because that is how our government works. People come in, they communicate, we make decisions that we think are best, and we move forward. That's where
Just
we
the-
are.
The last thing is I'm going to go with the other people that have already said it. 2 nights are not good. We've had those resort houses that have turned 3 different groups in 1 week. So having 2 days is like, we're still going to have all these bachelorette parties, bachelor parties.
But you realize
long as
those
you
are
continue.
illegal under the law.
Well,
So let's, I'm
but
gonna come back to this
all
question.
I'm saying, your 2
If
day.
we're
It
able,
was great what you did with the superintendents. I
if
can
we're
understand
able
that
to
organized. That I
enforce,
agree with. That's fine.
if we're able to enforce this and we can shut down the bachelor, bachelorette parties, weddings, wedding, all of that stuff, would that improve your life?
If you can knock that off out of those places so they can't do something like that, yeah.
That's,
I'll vote for you again.
well, I hope one day I earn your vote. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just,
Go ahead.
Mr. Grover, let me just ask you a question. I see that your parking issue 2 different ways. You call the police non-emergency number when you see cars parked illegally, like in the 400 block.
Exactly.
Would you?
I got you on speed dial, yeah.
Would you rather see the officer address with the property and have the cars moved, or have the cars sit there all day with a ticket on their windshield?
I'd like to see the ticket, because then you're going to send a message to the owner of that property, because he's going to find out that his customers are going to be ticked off because they got a ticket. So yeah,
Oh,
that's sending a message.
They're
to
going to
the
be
resort
ticked off
owner.
if they have to go move it and try to find a spot to park.
Hey, you could do that too. Tow them away. That'd be great. Tow them away. That's what I want you to do, or give them a ticket, one or the other. It'll get back to the person that they rented from about how they got the ticket. Maybe that'll discourage this guy to stop having a resort in our neighborhood.
Hopefully we can do that for you.
At 2 Henry Waldron, 314 20th Street. Couple things. On enforcement, I can't wait for enforcement, but enforcement won't be real because you say you've got a new system. Enforcement won't be real even if you start doing enforcement. Enforcement will be real when every citizen of Brigantine has a list of what they can do and what they can't do, knows exactly what they can do, and let's go with trust and verify, and then can go back in a week later, like you say the system will do. So the system has to be implemented, it has to be debugged, and then there has to be outreach. I don't have to do the 2-page whatevers to let residents know what they have to do and let rental owners know what they have to do. But that has to be in place, and then people will start to believe. Zoning, I have one thing, I'm glad that you're looking at new properties in terms of zoning regulations that can constrain them a little more. Because the problem with the biggest problem properties is they are too big for the lot, they are too big for the street, they are too big for the local neighborhood. But there's a loophole. Most properties that turn into bad rentals don't start off that way. They start off as somebody's home, and then they get converted. And when they get converted, a lot of times there are enhancements done to these properties to make them more marketable or marketable at a higher price. A lot of that stuff is not done under code. When I lived in Voorhees, when you bought a house, you got a certificate of occupancy. When you sold the house to somebody else, there was another certificate of occupancy. The second one looked at all the legal improvements and the basic property. Anything that was done without a permit, the city went after the cost in taxes and improvements and the cost in whatever fees they would have had or permits they would have had across the number of years. I had a neighbor who had an unfinished basement, finished the basement, put out a lot of stonework and things like that, improvements basically overfilled. He got hit with $100,000 fine in order to sell the house. There are a lot of things on the houses that rentals that are not up to codes. Many, they're grandfathered. And I've been told by the zoning office that if you bought a house and it wasn't picked up at the time that you bought it, that it gets grandfathered in, and no matter how egregious, it's okay. Build into the dunes. If you sell it, it wasn't even your property, you might get to keep it. Cover 85 or 90% of the property with impervious materials. Put a pool in, put a nice big stone.
To be
surround.
fair, at the last planning board meeting, there was somebody who came in for a variance. And part of it, through that process, it was discovered that they had improper coverage because they put in extra parking.
Yeah.
And the planning board denied it, and they got to rip all that parking out.
Well, that's the thing is.
So one of the things I want to be clear on.
Rental, every time somebody wants to have a rental license, these are annual renewals. You could look into that. You could be reasonable about it.
Sure.
You know, if somebody had something that was done 50 years ago, it obviously wasn't done to do something more, more modern, that might be grandfathered in. But it would give you another tool, sure, in addition to giving you other money. In terms of enforcement, again, if I was a policeman and I saw a cleaning crew, I would want to give the ticket directly to the owner. Because the owner of, especially of a big property, is supposed to have.
The owner of the property or the owner?
Yeah, owner of the property. If they
So I want to ask our attorney real quick though, is that legal?
If they have.
He's shaking his head no for all the people.
Then something, the property owner should have 3 or 4 parking spots. Cleaning crews come in when there's nobody there. The owner should be directing the cleaning crew to the legal spots to park. Just like they should be putting whoever they're renting to the legal spots. If the owner's not willing to do that, that should be a problem for the owner. So, that. Then finally, does anybody know who Walter Grice is? Is he real?
He's a real person, and it's an alias. And
I figured it might
believe it or not, I do know who Walter
That's
is.
a question of the year.
And the reason I ask is that he puts out these outlandish things on Facebook pages for Brigantine. And one of them, he was complaining about all the builders and the realtors are totally opposed to Brigantine and whatever. And it brought up a discussion that I ended up getting involved in. For short-term rental people, especially off-season, to think that they're doing good for Brigantine, I would argue the contrary. When I moved here, there were 3 drugstores because this new CVS had been built and the old one hadn't been shut down yet. There's now 2 and there'll be 1 next month. There were 2 gas stations. We got 1.
Excuse me, Henry, your 5 minutes are up.
If you allow me another minute, there were 2 grocery stores this month.
So, Henry, if you could just summarize, because
we don't have people who come in for 2 days don't need gas. They might need groceries, but if they do, it's only a little bit. They don't need drugs. If they come in for longer stays, they use the island. If they're only here for 2 days, they don't. And now we have sky-high prices, and a regular family can't afford
so
property.
Henry, I'm gonna just ask if you could summarize. We need to be fair to everyone who spoke.
Okay.
We don't have year-round residents.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other public comment, we'll close the public portion. Are there any final council comments?
Yeah, I brought some written comments.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing Councilman DeLucre. I apologize.
I brought some written comments I was going to share, but see, we're running up against the start of the Phillies game, so.
No, it's morning. It's morning.
Oh, I thought he was really going to talk. I was waiting. I was like,
Are you insane?
Rick, it was such a good lead-in. I was ready. I was waiting for it.
I have a legal summary. It should take me about an hour to read it. Like, please. I'll be back in an hour.
All right, 1 minute. We know that at least 90% of the owners are good operators. This entire ordinance is not new. It is built on the original document created by Bob Solari about 30 years ago. We need to get we need to get things going. This has been going on for way before you started coming here in March. We're getting close to the January 1st start date. and we cannot table this tonight. Please give us a chance to enforce what we are voting on tonight. Thank you.
All I want to say is that each and every one of us has raised a family on this island. I'm the junior person here with 30 years on the island. We've all been involved in the community, from every association, church, youth sports, you name it. We love Brigantine as much as everybody else does here. And we take this very, very serious and want it to be, we would love it to be perfect, but chances are, no matter what, it's not going to be. Now, some people can come up here and make accusations of name calling and different things by different people on council, which is totally untrue. Okay. And other things. Because I know that each and every one of us here, when there's a short-term rental in our neighborhoods, which I have one in my neighborhood, I know a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I know from being at every meeting here the last 8 months, what's going on 20th Street. I've offered my number for anybody to call me to witness it personally. So please realize that we take this very serious and we want to do the best for what's Brigantine.
All right, so if there's no further council comments, can we have roll call?
View,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
Hey, motion for reconsideration.
We still got a big agenda left, so.
Yeah, you're not done.
All right. I got resolution 2023-194 authorizing the execution of a shared service agreement for the participation in the countywide registration program for abandoned properties. We have a motion and second.
Make that motion.
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
View,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre, Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
Resolution 2023-195, and this is a resolution of the City of Brigantine, New Jersey, confirming the review and completion, did I have the right one? Yeah. The review and completion of CY 2023/SFY 2024 Best Practices Inventory. Can we have a motion second?
So moved.
Second.
I'm gonna just pause 1 second. If there are people that want to go, we understand that, but we're going to keep our meeting going. So if you want to have conversations, we'd ask that you move to the lobby. John, you can't leave. All right, so I'm going to assume everybody else is in for the long haul. No, you didn't have a choice. All right, so we had a motion second. I'm going to turn it actually over to our CFO. Al, what do you got for us today?
Yeah, best practices inventory is a mandatory survey given out by the state to see if we're compliant with there's about 87 questions on this survey. I answered them and what we're compliant, what we're not compliant in. The score is contingent how many you're successful with. If it's below a certain amount, they withhold state aid. It's required that also the council pass a resolution to acknowledge it. Brigantine was way over the minimum requirement. We weren't even close to. So some of the things that we didn't get points for was just we don't apply to Brigantine. So our score is what it was. It was like my score was like 86, and I think ours was like 7. just like the other one question, more pertain to cities, bigger cities like Canton.
Yeah, and this is an annual process we go through, and I know the state looks at best practices, and we typically score very, very well, with the exception of things that just don't apply to us. I give a lot of credit to our outstanding financial team, so thank you very much. Even the city manager every once in a while. All right, any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You?
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Yes.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-196, and this is a resolution by the city of Brigantine, New Jersey, authorizing payment to Atlantic County for work performed at the Brigantine City Hall for the reconstruction of the fire department concrete apron. And this is in a not to exceed amount of $105,000. We have a motion second.
So moved.
Second.
So I want to publicly thank our city manager on this one. This is something that we've been looking at trying to get this hole fixed in the apron since he was chief. One of the things that came back is just available funding and also cost. He had the, I guess, bright idea to connect in with the county project. The county's out right now doing paving work and concrete work up and down Brigantine Boulevard. One of the things that we were able to take advantage of is they have a large project. By tying in with their project, we get the benefit of the cost of a larger project, which really made this project affordable and saved the city of Brigantine, I'm going to say tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm really appreciative of all of the work that you did to get this done. And it's something that needed to be done. And I'll tell you, like for the concrete stuff out there, I'm a person who fell out there. Our superintendent of public works, I started to go down and he caught me. And I was like, yeah, we really need to get this fixed. So between the two of you guys, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. If there's no further questions or comments from council, can we have roll call?
You?
I agree with Vince. It has been, since I've been on council, that we've been talking about it. And just really quick, I was looking at it last week when it was being poured with Chief Fuller. And did you know that they discovered the old fountain underneath it? For anybody who's been here long enough to remember the old city hall, there was not a fountain, a pond, a fish pond, and they uncovered that. That's really cool. I vote yes.
Lettieri?
Wait a minute. No fish?
No fish, just a bunch of seashells too.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Yes.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-197, and this is a resolution by the city of Brigantine, New Jersey, authorizing the award of contract to Dorn Engineering for design, construction, management, and inspection services for the reconstruction of the existing golf course cart path on the back nine of Brigantine Golf Links. This is in the amount of $37,750. We have a motion second.
So moved. Second.
Karen, you want to say a couple words about this? Because I know this is important.
Yeah, I'm just really happy that we're finally moving forward on the long overdue paving of the back nine. We did, it was about a year ago, we did the front nine, and it makes such a big difference. And we won't have as much damage done to the carts going into holes. So it's a win-win situation all the way around. Thank you.
There's no other comments. Can we have roll call?
You?
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Yes.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-198, and this is a resolution by the city of Brigantine authorizing award of contract for food and beverage at the Brigantine Golf Links to the 19th hole at the Links LLC. Can we have a motion and second? Any questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You?
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Yes.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-119, and this is an appointment of a municipal court judge, and the appointment will go to Timothy McGuire. We have a motion and second.
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You?
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah.
Just like to say we're very proud of Judge McGuire's service to the city of Brigantine. He has done an outstanding job, and I am proud to support him tonight. So I vote yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-200, and this is the cancellation of outstanding checks. Can we have a motion and second?
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
View. Yes. Lettieri.
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre, Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-201, and this is a CER class tuition refund. We have a motion and second.
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
View. Yes. Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2023-202, and this is Township of Long Branch and City of Brigantine Shared Service Agreement for legal services related to ocean wind. And we have a motion and second.
So moved.
Now everybody left, but I'm still going to make my comments. Well, not everybody. First and foremost, this is a nonpartisan issue with people on both sides of the aisle from all over the state voicing their concerns about the negative impacts that these ocean wind projects will have on the environment and our local economy. Second, even the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management admits that these ocean wind projects will have no positive impact on climate change or the reduction of global warming. These projects are moving too fast, and there are too many unknowns about the long-term damage they will cause to our environment and our local economy. The city has tried to work with the governor's office and with the ocean wind companies to negotiate a plan that would minimize the negative impacts of these projects, and they have all made it very clear that they don't care what we have to say. The approvals for these projects have all been rubber stamped and pushed through without any regard to the long-term damage that they might cause. For us here in the city of Brigantine, we've thought very long and hard about this and believe that the only way we are going to see this process fairly carried out and done is by taking legal action. We have the opportunity now to join in with Long Beach Township and a number of municipalities in Long Beach Island. We believe that it is our best interest to join with them since the project that is specifically off our coast impacts both us and them. Cape May County has filed lawsuits for the same reasons. They don't think that it's really looked at the full economic impacts of what this is going to do, and they believe it's going to have long-term harm to the ocean, to our environments, to our economy, and to the fishing industry. We believe it's now time to make a stand. The proposal that is put forward is broken up into different phases. We will be coming in at phase 2. Our commitment for phase 2 is a maximum of $10,000. Anything that goes beyond that will come back to this council in order to approve and move forward. So I want to share that information, and I really hope that Brigantine Council supports this shared service agreement tonight.
In response, if I may. Vince, you called it a nonpartisan issue, and I would tell you it's nonpartisan on both sides. Those who are in favor of the windmills also include a number of people from both the recognized political parties and a lot of different areas. My purpose in making these comments is not to rebut point by point the points which I've heard made many, many times, which you made twice tonight, which to me are the talking points in favor of those who oppose windmills. My issue, and you're absolutely entitled to those opinions, everyone is. What I have an issue with is how do we get to the point where we justify spending taxpayer dollars? Because that's what they are. Henry had asked earlier, where's the money come from? It's taxpayer money. And how do we justify that? And what I mean by that is, I read the retainer letter, and what the retainer letter is proposing, and by the way, it doesn't cap our responsibility at 10,000 unless that's in the exhibit that wasn't part of what we got. The retainer letter references, I'm sorry, the resolution, shared service agreement reference an allocation which is set out in an exhibit A, which was not included. So with that said, the cap that was given in the retainer letter is $125,000. That cap applies only to the proposed filing of a declaratory judgment action and
the filing of some additional information comments with NJDP. The latter point, or the latter of those two functions, the deadline is tomorrow. So once tomorrow passes, that part of it will be done, whatever that's going to consist of. So that leaves you with a declaratory judgment action. As I read the retainer letter, the declaratory judgment action seeks to have, or would seek to have, a Superior Court judge determine that NJDEP cannot undertake or cannot conduct the compliance, the consistency, I'm sorry, review of this project, even though NJDEP is by law the agency that is entrusted with doing that in every single case. And the stated reason that I see in the retainer letter was because of perceived bias. If perceived bias is going to be the basis to try and get a Superior Court judge to say that, yes, NJDP must be removed from the process, and instead an administrative law judge must be allowed to conduct the consistency hearing, that would be rather surprising to me that any Superior Court judge would do that, but more surprising that that would be the strategy going in. If there is something, if there's evidence that NJDP is in fact biased, not conclusory stuff that we hear all the time when people say it's going to do this, it's going to do that. Is NJDP demonstrably biased to the point where it could not conduct the consistency evaluation? And I note it's the agency legally entrusted with it. And also NJDP is the legal agency that's entrusted with enforcing and administering all of our environmental regulations here at the state level. So it's not as if it's a function that they're not familiar with. If you're going to take if anyone is going to ask what I think for extraordinary remedy, having a judge say, we're going to take it out of your hands and give it to an administrative law judge instead, I would like to see some basis for that, which is not there. Beyond that, as I understand the administrative law procedures, if a matter is given to an administrative law judge, which usually happens when there's a contested matter within one of the state agencies, once the administrative law judge enters a decision, that decision is still subject to approval or rejection by the head of the agency. So I think that the only benefit I could see if I were on the other side and opposed to windmills would be that you can, by reason of filing a suit, drag things out to the point where a Superior Court judge has to make a decision. And if the decision goes against you, then NJDP will make its decision. And then you got to make another decision. When I say you, I mean everybody who is a plaintiff in the suit. Then you have to decide, are we going to appeal this to the appellate division of the Superior Court? Because that's where your appeal from the final decision of the commission will go. And the 125 cap that's stated in this retainer agreement would not apply to that. 125, it just buys you a declaratory judgment action. If your declaratory judgment action is successful and it goes to the administrative law judge, that's not included in your 125. I don't know what the allocation is, but whatever the percentage allocation is to Brigantine, you will come to a point where more money is needed. Again, because only the declaratory judgment action is capped at 125, and excellent attorneys, not any reflection on their skill, one's a former justice of our state Supreme Court. However, the rate is $5.50 an hour. You can eat up $5.50 an hour pretty quick, or you can eat up 125 pretty quickly at that. So coming back to my first question, what is Brigantine's what gives Brigantine standing to be a plaintiff, given that the only proceeding according to this agreement that we would be speaking to and participating in would be a challenge to DEP's right to do the consistency hearing. The consistency hearing by its nature affects and concerns only cabling because of the way the 3-mile limit falls and where the actual windmills are proposed to be. They are clearly just within the federal area. The only thing that gives a potential hook of jurisdiction to NJDEP and gives them the right to do consistency review is the fact that you have cabling that comes ashore. Well, cabling's not coming ashore here. So how do we, and given that we're a municipal corporation, we have enumerated limited rights. We have the rights that are spelled out in New Jersey statutes as to what we can do and where we can spend money and what we can participate in. And it doesn't extend to things that we think are really good ideas if we can't find a concrete basis within the law, within the statute, and particularly within the area that we're of some other agency's authority that we propose to attack. If you can't identify some clear, articulated, and recognized municipal interest, And I don't know how you justify spending money. And let's be honest, it's my money. It's money of a lot of other people that support the windmills. And, God bless everybody who wants to challenge them, and they can in any way they want, but not on my dime. So and I'm not trying to put Michael on the spot because I don't know if this is an issue he's ever had occasion to look at, but I've thought about it. I've looked for what is the hook? What is the connection? It's not enough just to say that we think that this project in its entirety would be bad, could affect any number of things which we've heard discussed time and again. Where is the hook that lets Brigantine spend its taxpayers' money to join a lawsuit to challenge a specific action that is being already underway by NJDP when that action doesn't impact us? The action of DEP and doing consistency doesn't impact us because they're limited to just looking at what NJDP is limited to looking at what would be the prospective impacts of the cabling portion only of the project.
Because we had discussed this before, and I had actually asked the attorney this specific question. What are the grounds, like you said, what is the hook that allows Brigantine to engage in this lawsuit? And the hook that allows us to engage in this lawsuit is that the potential of real damage to our community when it comes to, and this is all stated and documented, that there's going to be severe losses to the South Jersey tourism industry in the billions of dollars. I don't have those numbers in front of me. And it's also well documented that there's going to be severe damage and losses to our property values because there is real harm to the city of Brigantine in both of those, which will impact our tax base. That is the hook for us to be able to engage in that because there is, even though the cables don't come through Brigantine, there is real harm and real damage. And although we don't have a large fishing industry here, we do have some commercial fishermen as well as lobstermen and clammers, which are going to be impacted by this as well. And there are financial losses that hurt our local economy in that way. So that is kind of what was explained to me. If you need more specific things, I can put you in touch with the attorney, but on the surface, that is what was explained to me because I wanted to make sure I could address that. The other thing you had brought up is the allotment. My understanding of how this is working out, Long Beach Township is the lead agency. They are paying 60% of all costs. The other municipalities that are joining in are splitting up the other 40%. You are correct that this is just for a phase, and it's purposely done in phases. At any time, a municipality can withdraw from it if either financially it doesn't make sense or we no longer think there's a benefit to be involved. And I will tell you, in my conversations and understandings with this law firm, I don't know that they're charging us for every hour that they bill on this. I think that they are working at this, one, because they truly believe that this is an issue in the state of New Jersey, but I think they're also trying to be fairly compensated for their time, and I think they're trying to work that out for each of the municipalities. And I know that firms do that, especially when they really believe in an issue.
Michael's firm, my firm.
Two outstanding firms.
One other thing. This lawsuit that we're getting involved with has to do with the money that was awarded to the offshore wind to Orsted.
Actually, no.
Doesn't have to do with it has to do with
So there's a number of different lawsuits that are going on. Some of the things we talked about has to do with the money. So I will tell you that there is a number of municipalities across the state and across the Eastern Seaboard that are engaging in different ways of attacking this issue. Some people are challenging the money, the constitutionality of whether or not the state had the ability to direct funds towards one specific organization or business without putting it out. What we're looking at too, to say that the decision-making process through the DEP was not fair and impartial. And because it was not fair and impartial, we have a right to an independent tribunal of a fair and impartial person. And we want to shift that decision-making person to that governing body that is independent.
Right. So how the New York state government just rejected offshore wind energy developers to renegotiate their contracts and receiving billions of dollars in extra money that would cost each and every taxpayer probably a minimum of 11% in their electric bill.
So Mike, you're referring to like the tax credit situation too, recently where they took the tax credits away from the citizenry,
Different.
ratepayers, I should say.
You're right, though, all of the, and that's what's confusing. All of this is happening, going on, it's happening in different areas. So that is part.
idea of ocean wind projects started in Europe. However, some European nations regulate that the windmill projects be 40 miles size. Here in Brigantine, they're only 9 miles out and almost double the size of 1,047 feet. To put that in perspective, close to home, the Ocean Hotel and Casino is 718 feet tall. So add another 300 feet on top of that building. Most European nations are now moving away from windmill projects, now realizing that they're not cost effective and the consumer utilities have increased substantially. A lot of European nations are still looking at other innovative ideas, including reintroducing nuclear. With today's technology, nuclear is much safer, much smaller, and generates more power. Past concerns such as 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, Fukushima have all been addressed, with new technology making this form of energy much safer than even ever before. To the best of my recollection, the energy created by the windmills would not even come to Brigantine Island, but is slated to serve other communities up north. This isn't a Republican or a Democratic issue. This issue has disturbed many people from both parties. This is a Brigantine issue. And the good people of Brigantine have come together to help fight for our beloved island. The amazing work done by the good folks from Defend Brigantine Beach are an example of that. Steps must be taken now for greater good to protect our families, our island, and our future. For these reasons, I feel it's necessary to join in on the lawsuit to take the necessary steps in protecting our way of life for our families, our friends, our kids, our grandkids, and for the thousands upon thousands of visitors who have come to call Brigantine their second home. That's why I'll be voting yes.
That's excellent, Neil. Thank you. I would just add to Neil's, I mean, you look at what happened with the gas line that they were, the natural gas line they wanted to run down from, I guess, 49 up until the old England plant there in Memorial. They put the kibosh on that. That was all lined up, just loads of clean energy right there. And then you couple that with the closure of Oyster Creek, get decommissioned. And I know Vince, I brought up the SMRs before, this small modular nuclear reactors that you touched on as well, Neil. And yeah, very well put. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further comments, can we have roll call?
View,
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
No.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Absolutely.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, we have ordinance number 15 of 2023. This is an introduction, and this is a bond ordinance providing for various improvements to the water utility system in and by the city of Brigantine in the county of Atlantic, New Jersey, appropriating $7,112,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $7,112,000 bonds or notes of the city to finance the cost thereof. We have a motion. Second.
Second.
Al, can you just give us a brief summary of what we're doing?
Yeah, this is for the
utility.
major infrastructure of the utility system for the next several years. It's basically to, increase the water main sizes, replace water lines, fire hydrants, valves, well pump stations, rehab, things like that. Also in there for emergencies such as breaks and things like that. The way this is introduced now is strategically other debt will come off, so we can pass to our debts.
That's one of the things we do really well here in Brigantine. We try to manage debt, and we strategically plan debt out, that as debt falls away, we put new debts in its place in order to keep that level. It's the levelization of debt and levelization of taxes that really helps to keep things affordable. And I'm really happy that you're putting this in place now, so thank you. All right, if there's no council comments, can we have roll call?
View,
Yes.
Lettieri?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
DeLucre?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
Reardon?
Yes.
Mayor Sarah?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Ordinance number 16 of 2023. This is an introduction. This is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the city of Brigantine in the county of Atlantic, New Jersey, appropriating $495,920 thereof, and authorizing the issuance of $11,871,124 bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof. We have a motion. Second. Al, brief summary.
Yes, this is for, like, the first ordinance we did was just for the utility store. This is for the rest of the functions of the city, such as the roads, road projects, building repairs, fire department got an ambulance in there. There's police equipment in there, radio upgrades, things like that. Sanitary sewer system, public grant recreation has projects in there. Beach patrol has projects in there. So basically, it's for their equipment. Things like in recreation, there's stadium lights, upgrades to the pickleball courts and the tennis courts, moving a mini golf, HVAC system in this building, and at golf, also starting projects to upgrade the clubhouse.
So one of the things we've been working on, especially in the capital committee, is there's a lot of projects and things that need to be done in the city. As Al said, we're going to be making major investments in our roads, our recreational facilities, and our public buildings. We're very good with debt. As debt's falling off, this is putting new debt in its place. It should have minimal impact to our budget. But we're being strategic about this. And just because we authorize this now doesn't mean we're spending it all at once. What we're doing is we're setting up the authorization so that we have the ability to spend the money on the projects that need to be done here. One of the things that has kind of held us back in moving forward with projects, even simple things like upgrading the sound system, and I don't even know what to call it, the VA system in here, is not having the money available and lined up. So our capital committee has been working, what are the important projects that need to be done in the city? What is the equipment? What is the vehicles? What are our major capital needs? We're putting that together to have the authorization. So this way, as the debt falls off, we're able to go out and bond to replace that debt, to get done the work that we need here in the city. You can see there's a lot of roads that need to be done. We've made major investments in those roads on our previous bond ordinances. We're using up most of that money, and we're in a position now to go back out and do that. So that is one of the major commitments that we have had from this administration, is to reinvest in our community. We want to make sure that when people come here and they invest here, that those properties continue to maintain value and continue to grow. We want to make sure that we're supporting our tourism industry as well. We want to make it that when people come here, it is a beautiful island, as former Mayor Gunther used to say, a beautiful island that people will love for life. All right, so if there's no council comments, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, our consent agenda, we have our Elks raffle license number 1029, Elks raffle license number 1030, and the Brigantine Polar Bear Plunge. We have a motion second.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, can we have roll call?
You,
Yes.
Lettieri,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
DeLucre,
Yes.
Kane,
Yes.
Reardon,
Yes.
Mayor Sarah,
I am very proud to support the Polar Bear Plunge once again this year. Yes.
And thank you to Trish for
Motion
hanging out here
carries.
all night. Thanks, Trish, sorry we made you hang out all night.
All right, up next, we have our council manager committee discussions. Anything from this table?
Yeah, I have about a dozen things to go over,
Yeah, you're
but I will
fired.
table them for another meeting.
Turn it over to our department heads. We'll start with our deputy mayor, Karen Bew. I'm going to ask this question. We've been here a long time. Anybody have anything they need to say?
I would just like to say, I want to thank Mayor and the short-term rental committee for their unwavering commitment and for enhancing our short-term rental regulations and changes are challenging. These adjustments, I feel, will be undeniably beneficial.
Thank you, Michael. Top of the morning to you. Good.
And like I said, I think I've talked enough tonight, so we're going to move on. Public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard? Yes, Trish. I defer my time to you. That's okay.
Thank you. And it's the $1 million milestone. We're hitting $1 million this year. 24 years, and we did it. So you're all cordially invited. Please come for the presentation at 11 o'clock on January 1st. And then we'll also celebrate the short-term rental resolution. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Trish.
You do a great job.
If there's no other public comment, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to thank you on behalf of many in the community for passing this resolution. It means a big deal to many folks in Brigantine and up and down the coast, as you see the groundswell that's occurring here. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, well, if there's no other comment, we'll close the public portion. Any final council comments? All right, seeing none, can we have a motion and second to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passed. Thank you for joining us and watching your council team at work. Enjoy your night.